All right.
Official wildcard just redeemed. Say hi.
Wildcard, welcome on in. Hope you guys are having a great day. Getting it started with a little Araxia chompy chomp. Get that sub soon. Let's see. Causes damage, vulnerability. And it does damage. Interesting. Is it a flat number? I guess. Confirm. Eat the spider. No! She has only just begun to live. Why would you do that? Why? Go be one with the flowers. Okay. Back to Araxia. Situated Nova. Yup. Actually, oh gosh. That's not a good start. Yawning already. Ooh. I like Gyre. Let's do Gyre with the Bass Assist. I think I already got it updated with the new fire rate. Okay. And then ZFXTE, ZFXTE. What happened to all the views, bro? I had to take a break. I was gone for 4 months. 4 months. But I'm back now. In the lab. Yeah. But I'm back now. Okay, let's see. This one and this one, and then gotta do boop, boop, boop. Yeah, that's it. First things first is the Atlas. I don't want to do that first. We'll do something else first. Maybe just the daily stuff. Yeah, because I hate doing stuff like 10 minutes into the stream. Nobody gets to see it unless, I mean, well, if you're watching it back on YouTube, you do. This one. Let's talk to Mother. What was the plan? Oh yeah. We're good. Also, oh, an hour and a half, that's so tempting. I'm doing okay. I can hold off a few more days. We'll see what happens in an hour and a half. We got lots of time today. Lots of time today.
They were vermin. I did what I had to. Don't go getting infested.
I'm not just someone's daughter. I'm me. I'm Kaylee. Of all the people to know me. Until next time.
Did you come to talk about mining? How did
Mr.
you know that's my
Otak,
favorite
good.
subject?
Give him all this stuff.
Gratitude, you. I believe you say thank you.
I'm like super thirsty because I went this morning and did my not my normal exercise. I let's see, I had breakfast and then I went on my walk, but like a crazy person who's trying to like get back in shape, I was like, you know what, let me do a few sprints to exhaustion, you know, because like why not? So I did 3, sometimes you call them dead man sprints. It's when you go all out sprint until you can't sprint anymore and then you recoup. And I did that 3 times in 1 hour because I'm crazy. So my legs are shot. And I might be a little yawny because my body's trying to regroup. Because I basically just told my physiology that I'm in extreme danger and there's a tiger chasing me. And so that's what my body's trying to figure out right now. Oh, you get to watch me slowly grow a beard too. Yeah, that's true. Got the hair. I grow beards slowly. It is a long process of growth. Like many things in life. I want this to be up and this to be down and this to be up and this to be down and this to be like that. Okay. Phone's now in the proper orientation. Plug it in, make sure it's got juice. Okay. Yeah, so big plan for today is we're continuing the A to Z review of Warframes. There have been so many changes to everything. Gotta get back in touch with what's what. I did have a thought yesterday that I want to check on Ash about, because there's the Incarnate weapons, the melees. I'm not sure if the Incarnate melee like base crit applies to the 4th ability or only the 3rd or 2nd ability. So we gotta check that out. I forgot to check that, because that'll make a big difference as to which weapon's most viable. Because if it only works on the 2nd ability, then you're pitting crit chance against finisher damage. But if it works on the 4th ability, then like there's more factors involved, because it's which one's best for both abilities and all. Not sure, so I gotta go see. And then that's pretty much it. Smelling salts? Ooh. A tiger's chasing me. Did you hit yourself with something, salt or something? No. I did take pre-workout though. No, what I do is I have a breathing thing where I take a 1 minute, like 60 seconds straight of deep breathing to oxygenate everything. So like breathing more heavily than you have to. And then I do 2 super fast exhales, like that. And then I sprint. And then, yeah, that's it. It's just, part of it is because if I have some kind of thing that externally triggers, like smelling salts, your body gets used to that. And then without smelling salts, your body doesn't know what to do. It's sort of like when you train a cat with a bell and then you try to use like a different sound, or you train a dog with a whistle and then you try to use a different sound. The dog is not familiar with that sound. Your body does the same thing. So, yeah. That a lot of times works for people who like are exercising in a controlled environment and they're relying on, like, their goal is not to be actually ready, their goal is to be looking like they're ready, which is like if they're bodybuilding, then yeah, smelling salts is the better way to go, because then it's like a more reliable, they're in a controlled environment, they can always do that. But my goal is to literally be able to, at a drop of a hat, go physical. Like, I want real world capability, not just gym capability or the way I look. Probably from the military background. I don't see any value in just looking a certain way or being able to lift heavy weight. If you can't do it at the drop of a hat, you can't do it. That's how I see it. Because you're not like effectivity in the real world to me is worth way more than anything else. Now I lost track of what I was doing because you got me on a tangent that I'm really excited about. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I just went and I did the daily stuff. That's it. I just got that stuff. Okay. So next is just jumping into whatever farms we got. I'm gonna do the Coda farm a bit. I'm not sure what Coda weapons I still need or want. So I need to look at the Coda list. Infested liches. Coda lich. Technocyte Coda. Let's take a quick look at this. See if there's a weapon list. There should be a weapon list, right? These are just voice lines. Where's the link to the weapons? No one cares about the lore. No, I'm just kidding. We care about the lore. Mechanics, antivirus, potency, trivia. Where's the weapons? Okay, they're literally not here. Wait, no. Gameplay. Rewards. It's got to be rewards, right? Okay, there we go. Whew. Different tab. Ooh, I forgot I could look at all the ephemeras. Okay, so you have the spider ephemera. That's really cool looking. I have this one. I have this one. I have this one. I don't have this one. This one looks cool. I don't have this one. I have this one, and I have this one. Dang, I have all the ones that are not cool and none of the ones that are cool. I want this one, and this one, and they're the three that I don't have. I would trade all the ones I have for those three. Exposure equals resistance rule. The ammonia is a hard-coded to human biology, even bypassing the fight or flight response. Ammonia alone can and will trigger the fight or flight response in a vast majority of people when they're asleep. True, very true. If you ever use them on someone, you'll see them try to shove you away. They're not shoving you away, though. They're trying to launch themselves out of a tree. Yeah, to get away from that. Yeah. That's very, very true. You're right. It is such a strong response that it does it's used to wake people up when they're unconscious. Yeah. And it's it will induce that. There's but I'm saying the difference is the being able to go into fight or flight without smelling salts versus not being able to go into fight or flight without smelling salts. So yes, smelling salts will always cause that response, but if you do it too often, you're lowering your ability to get into fight or flight without it, right? So it has that adverse effect. So if you're in a controlled environment and you're not trying to go into fight or flight at the drop of a hat, then you're fine. But it does, your body gets used to the correlation between fight or flight and smelling salts, and then resists fight or flight outside of that combination the more you do it, is what I'm saying. So it's not that it doesn't work. It's always going to do its job and get you ready to go do stuff, but outside of it, you're not going to be able to induce that for yourself. as easily. But if you practice inducing fight or flight on your own without smelling salts ever, then you'll be able to do it more easily. And then you can do it whenever you want. It's like, do you want to do it because you want to be able to do it, or do you want to do it because there's another result? I want to do it because I want to be able to induce fight or flight myself, like full stop. As opposed to wanting to do it in order to get an outcome of being ready to do physical exercise, or wanting the outcome of being able to pump harder, all of those things. I haven't seen this one before. I have that one. That one's weird. I have that one. I don't have that one, but that one's interesting. The Technocytes floofs. Wait, how do you get these ones? Wait, do I have some of these? Do you get both of the floofs when you get the floofs? No. Because otherwise I would have them. Okay, so there's just like a lot of different floofs you can get. A lot of different posters you can get. They actually added a lot of stuff you can like unlock by chance or luck with this Coda, which I really like. It's not just about the weapons. Because you're autistic, you can intentionally trigger your fight or flight response because you can dump adrenaline voluntarily. Yeah, that's stinking awesome. That's stinking awesome. Yeah. There are some things that some people have, like, like autistic, when you hear autistic, you usually think that's like a downside, but it definitely has some upsides. I feel like I need to go watch all the Coda videos to find out what these other ones are. Because none of those look interesting to me except the Gerudo, the Bass Assist, just because someone had suggested it, and the Path Assist, which I have all three of those, pretty much. I don't think I have the Gerudo on all of mine. Let's see what she's offering this week. Because she doesn't offer all of them, right? That'll narrow it down on how much we want to do. Coda weapons. Okay, Catabalist was one I was interested in, but then when I tried it, I didn't really like it. The Hema, never really been interested in. The Meyer, same thing. It's just a super high status chance weapon. This one has a lot of radiation and not so much toxin, which is interesting. I wonder why they chose to go that route with it. But still has it has a decent crit damage, so if you can get the crit chance up there, that would actually be a really good weapon. And it has 2.7 range for a sword, which is insanely long. It's like 2.5 is normal, so it's like longer than normal weapons. And of course, Coda and Tenet and Lich weapons all have really high base damage. That's crazy. 341 is huge. And that's before the added radiation, right? Oh no, that is with the radiation. Okay. It's a radiation bonus. That's why it says radiation. Okay. So it's pretty much the normal. Not too crazy. Motovore is it a hammer? Hammer? I wonder how good the Motovore is. Let me see if I can find a... Should I watch someone's YouTube video on the Motovore on stream? That could go either way. I won't, just to be safe. I don't want to make anyone angry. Things are weird right now. Spirothrix, Coda, Torxica, dual Coda Torxica. Well, we have 3 more days to figure this out. So let me just make sure I make a note to check the Coda weapons, and then we'll come back to this. After, we're gonna farm it today, but not gonna pick the weapons today. Coda videos. I think after stream today, I'm going to be pretty available. Hopefully, that's what I'm thinking. We'll see. Oh, I have 20 already. So maybe only need like one more on this account. Are you serious? No, I'm not serious. I didn't mean to click that.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not serious.
Right. Do they have dick moves where you come from? Because that was one.
Oh, snap.
You and I feel
That voice line, though. That's rough. Yeah, I don't need any of that. Okay, I'm out. Go away.
parting is such sweet.
All it takes for you is a literal thought. Yeah. Do you don't want to date the girl with the monster tongue? It's an infested tongue. There's a big difference between monster tongue and infested tongue. Like, let's be honest. Like, you can't call it a monster tongue if it's an infested tongue. Okay, those are different things. Oh. Capture on Cirrus? Sure. We haven't done miso in a long time. Wait, that's not right. Capture miso. Cirrus. There we go. Do a few of these. Then we'll do the Atlas. Oh, my leg. My legs. And then after that, we'll jump to the... Oh, we gotta do some trades on the main account. One more Coda thing on the main account. Wait, this might... Am I ready to fight? No, I gotta go pick up a new Coda and clear it. Yeah, so that'll be the plan for that. Do one Coda rotation on this account. I wonder if you can sell a Coda based off of what Bluefit provides? Is that part of what trades when you trade a Coda lich? I wonder. Or is it just the ephemera?
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
What did I do now? I'm gonna hide from Vezrin and the spray bottle now. Okay, see you soon. I accidentally clicked the button to date. Dude, I'm never gonna get tired of that grenade. Bunch of grenades. I accidentally clicked the "Do you want to date me" button, or "I want to date you" button. And Eleanor was like, "Are you serious?" It was I totally an accident, unintentional. So then when I withdrew, no, she was like, oh man. Eleanor. Nothing new. Yeah, exactly. Same old, same old.
Mission complete.
Same old community shenanigans. Dating systems in video games. But yeah, what we were talking about before that is this morning I decided to do something crazy, and I did 3 sprints, 3 super sprints, the ones where you like sprint until you like are dying, and I did 3 of them in 1 hour, and so my body's like freaking out.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and
But in a
extract
good
our
way.
target.
I needed to get back into shape, and like this is gonna really help with that, because now my body knows who's in charge. I decide when we run and how far.
Enough reactants to open your relic. Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is
But
back here.
yeah, pretty chill day. Don't have anything crazy planned. Just gonna work more on the Coda stuff. Going to get some Atlas review done. I want to take another look at Ash to see how the I forgot to check on the like base crit chance of the Incarnate weapons, if that affects some of his abilities or all of his abilities, because that'll change a little bit of like what's meta as far as weapons on him. Although like it'll be a side grade, it won't be like a absolute shutout as far as like which weapon's better. But yeah, just want to make sure I do my due diligence on that. I was actually really surprised by the way the new Ash what do you call it, pseudo exalted, the way the pseudo exalted works. I really like it. I think it's just really clean. Makes it super easy to understand. Mod this for that, done. And it does good damage. So that's always nice.
Another job well executed.
Welcome to the gutter. We have fresh water. A clown with a balloon. That's funny. Wildcard. Hello. Squad full? Not even close. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. Gosh, man. You have the new war done? Nimisha and Onyx helped you? Awesome! That is awesome. Now you can have fun doing the rest of the wonky quests, yeah.
Here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point.
There's a lot more in the crazy universe of Warframe that has just been opened to you. Yeah, I think about like where we've all gone. The next step, I think after, because I wanted to wait a little bit on the new player experience, which is why I decided to go with Warframe reviews. So I think after Warframe reviews will be a couple months fast forward in time, and then we'll do the new player experience. because I think there's still probably going to be a couple more things they do with it. I don't think they're completely done, but I'm not sure. So I'm gonna give them a little more time to see where that's at. But I think with all the changes that we've seen to Warframes, it's time. We got to do a review of the Warframes. There's been just so many changes, and that's kind of like unless they do a new Warframe rework, that's kind of just gonna be the way these Warframes are for a while, I think. They might do like a build refresh on something, but that'll be like a one-off. What? What is the genuine length of the drinking water quest?
I am pleased with your performance.
Call of the Tempestari. Punch the wall quest. Is the new war quest really that bad? I don't feel like it's really that bad. I mean, it is significantly longer than the other quests, but it's also very good. I feel like the new war is like, because there's so many segments and so many storylines that need to be progressed a certain distance, that's what made it so long. Like, that could have been made shorter, but then I feel like we wouldn't have had as much of a deep, like, I like that we have like a deeper understanding of the different factions. We have a deeper understanding of like the different, like, because we haven't really had something like Hall before. We haven't had something like there's always been like this vague like administrative force behind the corpus, but we didn't really understand like how did they like what are their like goals, motives, like all that stuff comes out in the new war quest that really helps you like understand like what these factions are and why they're so different, and like what are their like fundamental, it's like the difference between like a monarchy and a bureaucracy, right? Like, it's really cool. And then the infested, which is just, you know, chaos. Kill or be killed. You think Angels of the Zariman? Oh, yeah.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Oh, yeah. The Zariman is the first... Is it the first tile set where I literally, like, stopped in the middle of the quest and just looked around the zone? I think it is. I think that was, like... When that first came out, it was, like, one of the lighting passes that really just brought everything up a level. You joined Warframe during Echoes of Zariman? Cool. Sorry. Oh, man. Oh, there are so many things I'm going to share with you guys someday that are hilarious. Hilarious things. I can't now, but I really want to. Oh, someday. We'll be out at a coffee shop after a TennoCon event. Just hanging out. What just set me off? It was just the connection between Echo of Zeramin, like that time when I was like enjoying that tile set, and like just stuff that's happened in the last few days in my life that have just been interesting and funny and crazy. Like like those angels are so like wild compared to like what we had experienced before that. Like there's metallic and like all twisted, and like they're warped creatures that were like used to be humans. It was like there's so many things that like just like exploded with that update that were so cool. And I was just like thinking about that, and then my mind trailed off to something else that was just like funny. Tell us a story about getting pulled over by our uncle at the same time getting a little model USS Enterprise. What? Mind if Minecraft Ike, what? My brother still refuses to tell us a story about getting pulled over by our uncle at the same time getting a little model USS Enterprise. I have no idea what you're talking about. That sounds like a weird connection. Sci-fi. I feel like one of the silliest things of like if you get pulled over like at like a convention where you're like in like a in-depth costume for like a cosplay, like you look like an alien or something, that would be hilarious. Especially if you're like one of the more like scary creatures, or like one of the more like grotesque creatures from like a Dark Souls or something. That would be funny.
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done. Well done, Toy.
Sometimes when I see like some of the cosplayers like things, it's like, oh my gosh, like how, like do you like go put that on after you get to where you're going, or do you like drive to where you're going wearing part of that? Like how do you even get to where you're going without like causing a stir? There's a lot of them that are really cool with like Lotus, different warframes, different characters from Souls games is kind of crazy, because some of them are really like extravagant. You've never been pulled over? The only time I've ever been pulled over was I was driving to San Diego. Because that's where I was stationed. And I wanted to get back early because I didn't want to like lose my whole evening to driving. And so I was going very, very fast on the freeway. Back in 20. All right, sounds good. And so I got pulled over and I got a ticket for speeding. And I earned it. I definitely deserved it. It's the fastest I've ever driven. So if you get pulled over the day you drive the fastest you've ever driven, I feel like you deserved it. I came over like the one of the like hilly things, and right when I got over the peak of the hill, there was a cop like right looking up at me from the other side. Like, he got me. I'm like, well, might as well get as far as I can until he pulls me over. So I just kept going. I was like, yeah, he has to pull me over if he's gonna pull me over. So I just kept cruising. And surprisingly, the ticket was like not as bad as it could have been. He was very kind. He could have had my car towed for sure. But there was no one on the freeway. It was a very empty freeway that day. So
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the
it was like
extraction
one of those
point.
weekends where like the Monday was still a holiday, but I was visiting my family and then driving back down, and I was gonna like be back on base by like Sunday, and I didn't want to like not have time Sunday evening to like do stuff before I had like all Monday off kind of thing. But I had actually gotten like super far by the time like I got pulled over, so I wasn't feeling too bad about it. And the ticket was like $150. It was not even bad. I was so surprised that like it wasn't way worse. Give you a coupon to Dairy Queen? What?
Another job well executed.
You gotta get all the quests. Do all the quests. Do them all. But I think Angels of Zeraman is the one that gives you access to Nefiri, if I remember correctly. So that is a good one to do if you want to unlock a new melee weapon. At that point in the game, that's like the only real thing to unlock, I think. Because you already got a Broken War. You already got, well, War if you farmed it, but probably not. You already got, isn't there the other one, like the Paracesis? Is it the Paracesis? One of those. But that one takes a lot of ducat farm. I wouldn't suggest it. And then... Oh, don't you get the, do you get the Vertilac for free? Or is that call missions? I don't remember. What else do you get for free? You have to farm the Vertilac? Okay. I know you get the Nefiri for free, and that one's a really good fire damage dual dagger. I have a bug bite on my elbow. That's no fun. I'm trying to think of what else you would even want. I mean, at that point, what weapon would you want to get as early as possible for a pistol? I would say the Atomos Incarnon would be your first Incarnon for pistol. If you don't already have like a Sporelacer. Yeah, if you don't have one of these, you want to get one of these. This black cannon is so stinking strong. This would be like your best pistol all the way until you get a Kuva new core or an epitaph. You could go the Incarnon Atomos route, but it's kind of a pain to get the Incarnon after Angels of Zeraman quest. Later you get the Grimoire, but I don't think it's really that good, personally. Some people say it's great. I don't think so. And then for rifles, I mean, Cedo Prime. Like, you need nothing else in your life. Cedo Prime. That'll take you through the whole game. And then you'll be able to get all your liches, all your sisters with those weapons. Even just the Nefiri, the Sporelacer, and the Cedo will, like, you can clear the whole game. And then at that point you're farming Endo. And that's like your primary focus is to farm Endo and level up all your mods to get like maxed out builds. And then the next thing is unlocking primed mods, galvanized mods, Archon mods if you need them for your specific build. But it depends on what Warframe you're trying to use. Most Warframes don't use Archon mods. And only a couple of primed mods. The two most important are definitely flow, continuity. You'll get sure-footed after a ton of login days. Like a lot of login days. So it's not something you can farm. Primed Fever Strike, primed Pressure Point, primed Reach are absolutely very important. Primed Heated Charge is super important. And then for shotguns and rifles, it's not really that important because these weapons are so stinking strong even without it. But primed Point Blank is really good. Chilling Grasp and Charge Shell are kind of like, they're decent, but the galvanized mods are absolutely mandatory for your pistols, rifles. So that, I think those are like way more important, the galvanized mods. And on the pistols and shotguns and rifles, which that's just from arbitration. That's easy. You just do the RBs. Ew, Corvex, ew. I don't even want to see that. Oh, we'll get to him. He's in the Q section, so it's going to be a while. All right, I think it's time. Let's do Atlas. Oh, first we got to do the Ash. We got to do the Ash with the weapon that gives crit to see if the crit that it gives goes straight to the weapon. I thought it used to give 40 base crit. It only gives 30 base crit? Wait, did they change it? Yeah, always weigh the amount of time it takes to farm something against the amount of time it takes to farm the plat to buy it from someone else. You've got to get involved in the plat market. Otherwise, like, you're going to spend way too much time trying to get certain things in this game. I like the ballroom. The ballroom where we dance and sing. Corrupted heavy gunners. Okay, so this Incarnon weapon is just gonna be using the extra crit to see if it works on the second and fourth abilities. So that's not working. I don't even see what numbers they're doing. Doesn't even show what numbers they're doing. Okay, let's see. This has 16% crit, and it wasn't critting very much at all. And then I thought for sure this ability would have more crit. Let's see. 128. Maybe we need to use Blood Rush to see if we can stack the crit. That'll help me see. Also, go invisible will help. Okay. Well, it's red critting now. Yeah, that's hitting like a magic damage. You see purple numbers. It's providing a decent sized slash proc though. Alright, with invisible. Alright. Oh, but I lost the combo. Okay. Okay, in that case, let's spawn the enemies, get rid of the combo, be invisible, and see how much that does. That does orange crits. Okay, so that's helping me understand what's going on. I don't think the base crit is working, because if it was working, there would be 30% on top of the teleport. I don't know if what teleport's base crit chance is. Let's go see if it can tell us. Doesn't say. Oh no, that's smoke screen. Teleport. Doesn't say. So I think it's based off of your mods a bit. At least the combo counter, but I don't think the incarnate affects it. Otherwise it would have gone up way faster. Because right now, just like this, it should be doing orange crits sometimes, which it looks like it is 20% of the time, 1 in 5. And then as the combo goes up, oh wait, I need to get rid of this because that was probably skewing it. It should be 30% of the time orange crits, just like this, with if it's taking the mods and the incarnate into account. And oh, there's an orange crit. I don't think it's 30% of the time though, unless I'm getting unlucky. Okay, so it seems like it's a little bit lower than that. Let's see what happens if I change the incarnate upgrade to not crit. Then do I have even less crit? No. So the incarnate base crit does not affect the third ability. It's doing the exact same thing. So before there was like a correlation between that incarnate and whether or not you would get a crit. And so that's completely disconnected now. 19,000 or 91,000. 91,000. 580,000. 580,000. So if they have all the slash procs, it does a lot on the I mean, if you have all the viral procs, then it does a lot more damage from this fourth ability. But yeah, looks like the Incarnon doesn't do anything anymore, so it doesn't matter what weapon you use as long as it's modded correctly to do big damage, which in this case means finisher damage with the Inadem. Where's my Inadem? There it is. Like this, covert lethality, finishing touch, maybe a ribbon with finisher damage, and you'll get big damage on the third ability from that. Or you can go with a little bit slower hits from a yeah, that's going to be more than enough damage if you're doing the invisible crit chance plus that. But you could also do the hammer, get yourself a big old bonky hammer, because there is a multiplier that is associated with what type of weapon you're using. It's a finisher multiplier. So you can use this big old bonky hammer and it gets 12 times finisher. And then you get big number like that, but it's a bit slower. So it's up to you really, like, do you want the faster third ability or the slower third ability with more damage? And I think it comes down to, like, if you're doing like a disruption and you need like lots and lots of damage where you're like proccing up the enemy. I don't even know if you can hit the disruption targets, but if you can, that'd probably be where you do it. Into one more time with this with the hammer. Yeah, that's like 650 when they got this. And they got the damage on them. Cool. I really like the peculiar audience too on this guy. Very fun. It feels sinister. Yeah, but for me, I think it would either be the Inadem or using the Quasis to use the slash procs from the Quasis to expedite suffering the enemy and just forgo all the other silly stuff. Just do that. Bonk. I mean, that seems way more comfy to me than trying to worry about doing all those other abilities, having energy. This is like a mad ranged attack. You can hit those guys over there. Bonk them all. Whoever has slash procs in range gets them all absorbed and destroyed, blown up. But yeah. So now we'll actually go back to the Atlas plan. Look at Atlas. Also see if Atlas has any kind of connection with the Incarnons. I didn't mean to do that. We gotta go back there now. Sentient cores from sentient enemies. Easiest way to do that is on Earth at night. Go to the Earth open world, Cetus, or Plains of Eidolon. Right now it's nighttime. You can go solo mode or invite only is probably best so people don't start missions. And then you just find those little glowy robots and you shoot them. And then you go into your drifter form and then you shoot them with your amp. And that's how you kill them when they're in ghosty mode. That's pretty easy. But that's the quickest way to get sentient cores early on. Later on you'll get missions that have sentience in them. You'll get more sentient cores from that, but I don't know exactly where that is. Okay, so I have not really done much with this. I modded up Landslide with Blood Rush and Sacrificial Steel. Lots of base damage, elemental damage. I'm using a viral heat setup with lots of crit damage, critical chance. For weapon, I just have the regular old weapon that I'm using. And for the abilities, I subsumed Gloom over this guy. He's got Gloom over his second ability. So I want to look at the augments for him and everything and just do a full review. So he basically, you just punch him. The bad guys get punched with spamming the first ability, and you just get massively large AoE punchy. The combo counter for the first ability is separate from the melee, so you'll do that, and then you'll also have your melee combo counter in the bottom right. But this one is one you want to use. This is the kill the bad guys one, and you can see how much better this will be than Ash as far as like how many enemies you can hit at once. But he doesn't go invisible, so he's not as safe when he does that. Also, you can do the combination of crowd controlling them, petrifying them, and then punching them, which makes them very dead as opposed to just dead. He gazes and fossilizes the enemies to create petrified bulwarks when I can't read that. When shattered, petrified enemies drop healing rubble, and then he gets healed. So you can see his armor in the right side is slowly dwindling. But if you get more rubble, boom, then he'll get more of that. And that's how he stays tanky while he's killing. He collects more rubble, up to 1500 armor. It slowly degrades based on, I think, duration. Maybe, let's see, let's check, because I'm not really sure if it's based on duration. So let's give him a ton of duration and see how that feels. Nadaruk is great. Yeah, Nadaruk. That's right, you just got that one. It is a very good bow. I forgot you get Nadaruk from that. Yeah, and shatter him. It's so good. He's very strong. So I'm forgetting to petrify him because I'm doing so much damage. You don't even need to petrify him. I mean, what are you doing? Yeah. Yeah, so duration has nothing to do with the amount of speed at which the rubble falls off. So you don't have to worry about duration. So I went range, lots of range to make his first ability cover more area. This one is at first punch is 9 meters, second punch is 14, third punch is 18 meters, which is insanely far. Like, that wall over there is 18 meters away now. Like, that's crazy far away. Let's see how far if I jump up. Look at that. so far away. So, very good to have. And then for survival, like having that gloom where the enemies are slowed and then you're petrifying some of them is super helpful. Keeping this combo count up for the first ability can be difficult if you're like really like going to town on dudes and there's like a lot of enemies missing, so you can definitely get your dexterity on your gun. Your secondary dexterity is very helpful for that, and that should work on here. I want to make sure it does before we move to the next thing. Oh my gosh, banana. So there's your combo, and it takes a minute before it starts dissolving the combo. Oh yeah, look how long that is. You got so much time now. Look at that. You just be running around, takes forever. You can barely even see it like diminishing. And then you come back and hit somebody else and the combo stays. So easy. So that's definitely gonna help maintain the combo. You can sit there for a whole year. Fake divine drop. Banana. Yeah, so that's super comfy. Look, I'm just chilling here, still got combo, go back over there, hit somebody else, get some more. Whoop. Yeah. So that works for him. I'm not sure if the weapon does anything. Let's check the incarnate. I'm gonna check the incarnate banana. Make sure we got the extra crit. And see if that works. It does not work. So yeah, the incarnate connection with this is also gone. But that's okay. He doesn't need it. He's fine. Yeah. He'll get his red crits from petrifying. So I want to run through the abilities real quick to make sure we're not missing any of the fine print on here. So Landslide, his punchy punch ability has 35% base crit, 2 times the multiplier, 15% status. It is a moddable pseudo exalted and cannot perform blocking or heavy attacks. So all of these certain other things that affect that don't affect it. Can't benefit from Carnus Mandible, heavy attack effect. Does not benefit from attack speed, so there's no reason to mod attack speed on this. No attack speed. You can lower your attack speed and do more melee damage even, because it doesn't make a difference. I think if cast speed... I don't know if cast speed affects it. That's a good point. Natural talent. Let's see. Let's see if we can get some cast speed. Nah, doesn't do anything. No, they just said attack speed mods don't do anything. You want to test it, make sure? Let's see. Berserker Fury. You can't even mod it. You can't even mod attack speed on it. It won't let you. Helmet Synergy, Eclipse, Nourish, Roar all make you do more damage. Wrathful Advance is huge. You could use Wrathful Advance to get massive amounts of crit on this thing if you want more damage. I do prefer having the survivability because he is a little squishy. He's a little squishy when he's dealing with lots of enemies. Especially if you don't crowd control them all. This does stagger though. Oh, that's nice. I didn't know that that staggers everybody. So as long as you're punching, you'll be fine. So check this out. This is going to be crazy. If you're slowing them and then you stagger them, their stagger animation goes slower. And then you can petrify some of them and they're not going to move at all. And the petrify is going to last extra long. So that's why I really like Gloom, because they're doing nothing. Like nothing. Like less than nothing. You can call out your little helper dudes. And yeah. But without Gloom, he's still pretty much fine. I mean, honestly, he's petrifying them. They're all stunned. It's just like an extra little layer of protection, I guess. Probably overkill. But I find like in an actual scenario where there's enemies fighting, it's like kind of annoying to always petrify. There's always like the line of sight stuff that happens. You could also have your melee out, which helps mitigate damage from the front. So yeah, he's pretty safe.
Just redeemed, say hi.
I think they added a stack, like I think they improved the stagger on his first ability, because that's insane. That's so much stagger. So yeah. Even without Gloom, you could probably, we'll go subsume the crit and see how that feels. Finishes putting fresh hot dog chili in jars. Finishes putting fresh hot dog chili. It's chili for hot dogs, not chili made of hot dogs, or is there hot dogs in the chili? I need to know. Did you make chili out with hot dog meat? And can you ship it to me? Could you imagine chili with, like, instead of beef it has like hot dog meat? That would be funny. Yeah, let's get the subsume and see how this feels. Advance over. Oh, I need more. Feed the boy. You're hungry. Who's a hungry boy? Yes, you are. Big ol' helmet. Make your tummy happy. No, no Orokin cells. We're collecting those. You cannot have them. They are mine. You can have lots of those, though. Alright. Infusing Wrathful Advance over the... Oh, yeah, that's right. It's this wall thing that he does. I've never been interested in it. I don't know. I think you can, like, cast it and then petrify it and then it does something. Just seems like a lot of time wasted when you can just punch them once and they're dead, you know? It's kind of a... I've never been very excited about that ability. It's like, why cast this when you can just punch them? The wall sucks. Yeah, the wall. Don't build the wall. The wall sucks. Apolitical comments only, please. Oh gosh. Let's see. Put that there. Apply that here. That's how we used to do it. All right. So we'll try Wrathful Advance. Oh, I got him using Swift Momentum because it has extra combo duration too. Lots of range, lots of efficiency, so he can just keep going with the punchy. Lots of strength. Right now I just have Intensify because like I didn't want to put more Forma on him because he doesn't need it. But you could definitely go with more strength, less survivability if you want. You can go pretty hard into the strength if you want to balance out the energy some other way. Arcane Guardian, now that I've seen all this, I don't even think he needs Arcane Guardian. He could even go with like Augmented. Like, he's way safer than he used to be. And I really don't know how he got so good. He's so sinking, like, the stagger is so much better than it was, I think. But yeah. Let's go try the Wrathful Advance. And then next on the abilities, does Petrify have an extra special effect? You can augment it so that Petrify makes the enemies drop more loot, which is nice. And go that way for like extra loot too. Lots of power strength. Ability synergy. You heal your rubblers when you petrify them. So that's how you keep them alive too. So if they're starting to die, you just bloop, pop them back to full. Yeah, they will need healing a little bit if you let them get shot. So that's without Wrathful Advance, just building combo. And then this is with Wrathful Advance, which I like because you can then get to the target a lot quicker, even if you're jumping. So I think Wrathful Advance is probably going to be my favorite subsume over other ones, because you could imagine like you're far away, you can't really like do that, but you can do this. Haha! See that? And then they're all gone. So you just teleport and then punch, teleport, punch, teleport, punch. If you get into trouble, you I guess petrify. I don't think you'll need to. So like the more I use this, the more it's like I don't need the armor, I don't need anything. So let's go with, what would we do if we're going full damage? Well, we wouldn't need rush because we're teleporting, so more strength there. We wouldn't need adaptation. So we could just do blind rage, augur secrets, transient fortitude, intensify. That would be the build. The duration is kind of necessary for the sake of having this buff up, but you don't need a lot. Because you're just going to teleport, punch once, teleport, punch once, teleport, punch once kind of thing. So, let's see how that feels. Still going to want more than 0.1 something duration though. Yeah, because then it's already gone by the time you get the punch. So you need some more duration than this, but yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. If you really wanted the extra loot too, I'd probably put that instead of augur secrets. The gaze. Oh, by the way, the Orgaze is moddable. So it says 25%, but your power strength is going to boost that higher. So having a power strength build on this is necessary if you're going Orgaze. Could you imagine the sheer power of this? Teleporting around. Actually, I'm gonna go put the Forma on him. Then we'll go into missions and see how that feels. Oh, I feel like the Rubblers are kind of just funsies. The Rebellers are kind of just like funsies. You can augment the Rebellers in two ways. There's Atlas becomes a Rebeller with rock armor that grants overguard and absorbs up to 300% of damage to max health. You don't really even need that. Titanic Rebeller creates a single giant Rebeller. Reactivating will cause him to slam the floor and knock down enemies. Not necessary. You're already staggering with every punch. Because it's now like a separate upgradable thing, you don't even have to worry about what weapon you're using. I would say if you're using Wrathful Advance, you'll want to use a weapon that's good for finishers. Again, like the Inodem. Or like the hammer with a finishing damage build. Oh no, that's a heavy strike. Sorry, heavy strike. So you want to use the Tenet Grigori with the pausing combo and big crit heavy stuffs. So Tenet Grigori would be really good, or any other melee with heavy crit. I'm going to put a Forma to make him able to... Oh wait, no. Yeah, I need to put a Forma in order to make him able to have the continuity, right? Yep. All right, we'll put an Omni though, just cause I'm rich. There he is. Yep. And go do like a survival against the Grenier. Nope, that's a capture. Where'd the survival go? Oh, wrong planet. You like the one turning into a Rumbler? Yeah.
These are worthy foes. Underestimate them at your peril.
So full build, he's ready to go. I'm gonna start with just Petrify, Wrathful Advance, just so we can get the extra loot drop, maybe get some armor. A little bit of energy to start. Oh look, everything's dead. So the Wrathful Advance is going to help with like getting to the next area, so you don't get shot while you're getting to the next area, but it's not really that bad either. You see, I get shot quite a bit more in an actual mission because they're just different in a mission than they are. So that's kind of why I wanted the... But if you're in like a controlled area where you're controlling line of sight, it's not a problem. It's just when you turn those corners and they shoot you once or twice, it's kind of annoying. And it does add up quick. Because their AI now like can see through walls or something and they get you. But you also have, as you're casting the run to them, you're immune. So you can see my immortality is like happening in between. So that helps a little bit with the survival, but you're still going to take like slash procs and stuff. That's why you want to have like the Rumblers out to distract, things like that. But he's very comfy. This is way too much damage. You don't even need anywhere near this much damage. I don't really like the Orgaze. I feel like it's just a tad too slow. Maybe cast speed would be good for him, just for the Orgaze. But yeah, it's a lot of button clicks too. Like the feel is like I'm clicking this first ability all with my like ring finger. My ring finger's like sending spikes up my wrist. So like ring finger action, and then like this right here is just like going overtime. I'm a pinky person. I'm not big on the ring finger activity, to be honest. So this is not, like, if you did this, you're gonna need to build the ring finger muscle too. This plus Octavia and you're gonna have the strongest grip ever. I'm just saying. Rumblers die a little too often for my taste. Yeah, I think Gloom is like what makes this more comfy. Because then I don't feel like I have to get to the next group of guys fast and like play with the line of sight. I can just like whatevers. So that's why in mission I probably will prefer Gloom. I thought it might be okay with the stagger, but it's not. Not for me. Too much anxiety. I don't like falling over. So, Wrathful Advance if you're like speedrunning through a mission and you don't really have like enemies surrounding you. But Gloom for sure if you're like doing a solo survival.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
See how slow they are? And you get that health back all on your own. You don't have to worry about like your health because the Gloom has lifesteal. It's so much more comfy. You can still Orgaze if you want with that, but it makes it a lot less necessary. Just one less button. Instead of having to crowd control or line of sight, you're just like, just get close enough to him. It makes it a passive effect of survival instead of an active. And then like the one or two guys, let's say they do break my shield. It's very unlikely they will because they're so slow. But I'll be able to regenerate any health damage with one punch. See if they can get me at all. Can you get me? Can you get me? They're getting me. Alright. Now I'm back. So, super easy. Way different when you got Gloom out. See? Like, super passive. I don't have to, like, constantly line of sight or anything. I'm not falling over. I don't have to make sure my melee weapon's out so I'm countering hits. None of that. That's why it's so comfy. Look at him, he's so comfy. Mr. Roly-Poly Rock Boy. He's not a roly-poly. I think of him as like an armadillo. This is an armadillo warframe with big fists. Like an armadillo fighting Pokemon. He's got rocks all over his back. That's the rubble heaps. You're kind of just playing around now with like, your rubblers don't have any problem staying alive either because you're like, because your rubblers are not getting shot as often because everybody's slow. So you don't have to worry about their health much either. Instead of them dying all the time, they'll stay alive. So that's how I would do it in a non-speedrunning situation. Alright. So is there anything else to consider with Atlas? He doesn't need as much survivability as he used to need. Maybe if you're doing a long endurance run, you might want to throw back on some of that survivability, but they really fixed the line of sight issues that he was having with his first ability. I feel like they just loosened it up like completely. Like if they're anywhere near you, they're gonna get hit by the punch and they're gonna get staggered, so that's super easy. With the Gloom, the stagger lasts like twice, 3 times as long. So that's super great combination. Yeah, very comfy. You can switch Molt Augmented in. You guys can't see that. But Molt Augmented instead of any kind of extra armor or survivability. Arcane Energize just to keep the energy up since you're not using flow. Lots of energy economy. I like the energy economy side of things because he doesn't need much energy to maintain. So having that high efficiency with an Arcane Energize, since all of his abilities are so cheap, is way better, I think, especially when you're taking into account the drain from Gloom per target. You want to reduce that cost super, super low so that like any energy pickups will solve the problem. If you went the other route where you have a super high energy bar and lots of energy regen, your energy will constantly be doing this, and you could hit a energy drought where you didn't pick up orbs due to bad luck, and then you're out of energy and your gloom falls off and you die. So I do prefer this way where the efficiency is part of the build, because it's just way more reliable. You'll have extra health and energy pickups on the ground. If you want to put shards on him, I would suggest 1 purple shard for energy, and the rest is completely up to you. More power strength for damage, more duration if you want to have that Wrathful Advance last longer, more energy at the start if you want to have a more comfy start to each mission, and then anything else. He doesn't really have any synergies with some of the Archon Shard elemental stuff, so that's kind of like whatever's, but you could do that by just modding like blast onto his weapon. So if you want to mod this for blast, you can do that. And then you got a nice comfy need a super cheap Northwind. And then move that there, I guess. Move that. Yes. This. There we go. Nope. Nope. There we go. And then some hold there, and some heat there. And then you have a nice comfy option to do. There's the crit chance, crit damage, crit combo there, like so. And then you can even mod in some, let's see if I can do the blast for cheaper, and then fit in some of that base damage again. The Spoiled Strike, maybe something like that. So then you're doing Blast Toxin, and then you can use Archon Shards for Blast. So every time you do a blast damage kill, you gain 1 health. Gain 1 health per enemy killed with blast damage, then you'll have more max health. Or you could generate 5 shields when you kill an enemy with blast damage. You could also use that with toxin status effects, deal more damage, or you can do recover health each time your enemies are damaged by a toxin status effect if you want more health regen. Those are all really cool. You can even, if you really want to go crazy with it, use that toxin proc with your Warframe's augmented continuity and get yourself corrosive procs on toxin procs on punchies. So then you're going to do corrosive toxin punching with blast that allows you to like gain max health or shields. Crazy cool. Like, so many options. You could put radiation element on it and have the damage multiplied when they're radiation procced. You could pretty much use any of these elemental combinations. You don't really care about the primary electricity damage on electric proc. That's kind of not useful because you're doing melee. but you know, ability damage on enemies affected by electricity or enemies affected by radiation is great. And then you can increase max stacks of corrosive, have the toxin procs trigger corrosive, then have the corrosive stack up to remove all the enemy armor, and then you have full armor strip on top of toxin procs and corrosive. That would be a great combo. So consider maybe doing that if you're like going into super high endurance against Grineer or armored enemies. But yeah, I mean, the sky's the limit. His base stuff is like enough to one-shot most things that are armored, so he doesn't really need to go into that, but you can. If I were going to go pure Toxin, I would improve his status chance with Weeping Wounds, and then I would improve his status duration with Lasting Sting, maybe. Try to get some kind of build where I have that going on. Or maybe Condition Overload, even though he doesn't have many different statuses. Healing on status would be fine. There's not really too many crazy things to do with it. Even Drifting Contact would be super comfy for the status chance and combo duration. You could do damage to Grineer, damage to Orokin, or if you're going like seriously hardcore. Status damage, status chance, Galvanized, Elementalist would be great for this build. Let's see what else we have for status chance. Status. Is there anything else that's new? Status chance on lifted enemies. They're not lifted, they're knocked to the ground. Status damage, heavy attack, wind-up speed, not necessary. Although you... Oh, they already have an Elementalist mod, so it wouldn't work. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If you're using Gloom, you wouldn't need Healing Return, but if you're using Wrathful Advance, maybe Healing Return would be good there too. But I'm not big on the... I've tried a few different ways to like proc the status, to proc the corrosive, to get the max stacks of corrosive. Everything's dead by the time they have enough stacks of corrosive. Everything that uses toxin to proc corrosive kills the enemy before the corrosive can stack enough to remove all the armor. I haven't found a single thing where it does low enough damage for the enemies to still be alive and get fully armor stripped. So to me, it's like a redundancy that's not necessary, but maybe if you're going into like 9999 endurance, it would be useful at that point. I like to go with just the front end damage and just one shot everything and like not do stupid long endurance runs, because that just makes my eyes go crazy and then I just get a headache and then I just want to quit. But yeah. It might be fun to try with the blast though. That sounds actually kind of fun. Blast Toxin. Just for the blast status. Because you could get like enemies within meters while staggering them. Like a little bit of an AoE kind of effect off of that. I want to try that in the simulacrum real quick, see how that feels. Even tried max out new Deep Archimedia. Have I tried to max out the new Deep Archimedia? No, I haven't done the new Deep Archimedia except for like once. What do you mean? Oh, like Elite Deep Archimedia? I don't think I've done the Elite Deep Archimedia at all. Oh, have I tried this build? No. Let's see how the blast feels though. Yeah, you just never get the blast procs because it's such low status. So it's like they're just going to be dead by the time you ever get there. Oh no, I've not tried Atlas in any serious content at all. Probably should. He's really strong. I just, like, for me, it's the ring finger thing. I can't be slamming the ring finger so often. And I don't use my pinky for the one button. Maybe if I, like, switched the shift and the one button so that I could use shift to attack. Maybe. But then I can't parkour. That's no fun. Yeah, but I'll leave his build like this. Maybe. What else could I do with the damage? Critical chance, critical damage. I could add more critical damage, more base damage, and then more critical chance. Maybe. What else could I do? More base damage. I can turn it into viral, which would do damage against health. I could turn it into corrosive, which would do more damage on armored enemies, which are typically kind of difficult. I think I'll switch it to corrosive, but I have corrosive already here, so maybe I'll switch it to viral. Yeah, that's the best, viral. So now I'm doing extra damage to health, and I'm doing corrosive damage on top of that for the guys that are armored, and then I'm doing lots and lots of crit damage. I think that's my generic sort of build. Let's go to Deep Archimedia. Let's see what we can do here. My nose is tickling something fierce. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go blow my nose. Oh. Oh. Okay. Nope, still tickly. Oh my gosh. Stop it. Should have never started tickling. Alright. Where's the deep arc? Is this girl? Hey, what up, girl?
Got a set of crisis events
I don't have Atlas. Oh well.
Sure we get a gold star on each one.
This game though. Oh, story of my life, mine. What would we do? Styanax? That's the play. With a Argonac. Do you care about the Peely picks? Oh, I haven't even unlocked Deep Archimedia on this account. Pox Twin Comac. Harmony. Well, in order to unlock that, I have to do all this. In order to unlock that, each personal modifier grants 1 research point per mission. Using an ability opens a void rift nearby. Transference into operator and drifter is blocked. Ammo restored by drops in gear is reduced by 75%. That's crazy. And then duration of negative status effects is tripled. Ew, who wants to carry me through this? I'm not kidding. I feel no shame. I have an Argonac. That's all I got. And a Styanax. I do have a Styanax with Nourish, so everyone's going to have massive amounts of energy and Overguard. That's the best I can do for you. I'm going alone. Unlock. Oh, I think I have to begin oh no. That's actually starting it, huh? Wait, can someone join on me right now? Is that possible? Got Ember, Zenith, New Core, and Karis. Oh, Ember with New Core is great. What are you talking about? No help whatsoever. Even if you mod a Zenith, that's insanely powerful. I mean, the Karis is kind of a heavy attack weapon, but Karis Prime is pretty stinking strong as a heavy attack weapon. And Ember can give herself Overguard, too. Are you ready? I wish you didn't have to work. I know. Why was there a bubble there? Who the bubble? What the bubble? I'm here alone. What the bubble? Oh. Is that a frost? Oh, there's a frost here. That's like the mission helper. Frost Senpai. I need more mana. I need more mana. This is a defense mission. Ooh. I miss the good old days, man. I used to be able to break boxes before I start the mission and get energy. And they just don't put energy in boxes anymore. It's kind of depressing. I mean, I get it. They want the other things to be useful. To have, like, energy at the start to be, like, a useful mod, but... to me, it's just an annoyance. Oh, that sound thingy does hit me. That's interesting. Didn't know that. Not a single energy was found. Oh, I got energy. Oh my gosh. It's magic. Now I can get the rest of it with my abilities. Da 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 da. Still no friends though. I'm all alone. Isn't it only like Wednesday? Shouldn't there be people doing this? There's nobody doing this. Yeah, I'm on public. Abort mission! Oh, did it just start without me? Huh, that's funny. If you sit here too long, it like forces you to start. Change servers? I'm on US! What do you mean change servers? Where do you want me to go? Auto detect. Oceania. Asia. Eastern Europe. EU. Europe. Eastern Europe's too far. I'm in Western US. That's gonna be bad connection.
Day 1999 scene? Okay. Get your loadout ready because
Are
once
you
you're logged
ready?
in, I cannot pull you out for the whole run going to hell.
Public. It's 6 p.m. in EU, so there's definitely someone on. Fire, liar, pants on fire. Not a friend was found on the 9th of July in the deep Archimedia. For regular, so many people did it already? Yeah. Let me in. I guess I'm soloing it. With no operator. Me, myself, and I. Should I just pull a crewman out? Before things even get serious. Oh, there goes my overguard. Dude, I got lag between me and the server. Forget everything else. Look at that. That's mad delayed. Take this! And this! And this! Oops, I'm dying. I keep hitting the drifter button, but I don't have drifter access. Oh, feels bad, man. Take that, and that. Hiya! I got a feeling that my pet's doing more damage than me. That my pet's doing more damage than me. I got a feeling that a single heat proc's gonna kill me. A single heat proc's gonna kill me.
social media have to be so hard?
This is why I don't do it. Because it just causes depression. Anger. It's horrible. It's just bad. It's bad. Hard pass. Gotta get daily affinity and do trades. The fissures say that there is an exterminate on Venus. Steel path. Let's do that. I got lots of lith relics. Lots of lith relics. Ooh, I want a snack. Ooh, you know what I should get? Chips and salsa. Get chips and salsa. I've prepared chips and salsa already.
Accept your death and
Some of that.
avoid it. Trust in your training.
Okay. I'm gonna wake up and one-shot everything the minute I cast my abilities. You were completely AFK. And then the minute I get going and cast my abilities, you go and kill everything, so my debuff falls off. My buff falls off. That's okay. It's better than being completely AFK. I'll just let the Mirage do their thing. It's actually really quick. Look at that. It's already over there. Very quick. Ninja fast, even. Friendship door. Get wrecked. I wonder what weapon he's using. Looks like an ogress, maybe? Proven new core? What's he using? What is that? Torrid? Oh no, it was disintegrating everything though. Oh, I should probably switch servers back.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
Yes, I got the friendship door before they loaded in. Easy. So these Europeans have high MR, man. They don't play around. All us American noobs. You dirty, dirty American noob scum.
Broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Pushing them back!
Ta-da. Oh, he'll be fine. Yeah, we're good. You could play Octavia. You could play Neja. Neja's pretty tanky and has crowd control immunity. You could play Revenant.
As you conquer
Revenant's
the foe,
immortal.
so you conquer yourself.
Alavi has a mind control mechanic that's annoying that you have to be able to survive. Especially if your damage is not able to one-shot him. I would definitely take the Cedo, but I would mind the make sure to mind the bullets you're using because you could run out of bullets. Try to shoot him only when he's like damageable. Or just invite me and I'll do it for you. I don't mind. I like killing Aladby. Kalervo would be not bad because you have Overguard. Frost would be okay, I think. Goss, you could play Goss. Ember with the augment for Overguard. Although she might not get enough Overguard to survive long enough. I'm not sure if Wisp would have enough survivability. She might. Especially if you have like adaptation on regular path. You have Revenant and Goss, yeah, just go with Revenant. Yeah, he's a little sneaky. If you have trouble still, let me know. And I'll come help you. For sure, anytime. I got you. For sure, for sure. That's what I do.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Give them all warriors down.
My big problem with deep arc media is that you lose 90% of the time if you play the way it's intended to be played. So everyone cheeses it. And that to me is a fundamental flaw in design. Like, you should be able to play the way it's intended to be played. Otherwise, it's just not good.
Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
You can say, oh, it's RNG difficulty, and sometimes it's too hard, and sometimes it's, you know, the right amount of difficulty. And to that, I say, bollocks. Many designers of games have created difficulty that has variation and doesn't have fail states. It's hard to do. And it's extremely hard to do in a game like Warframe, where the balance hasn't been corrected. So there's a long road towards solving it permanently, but in the meantime, you just can't create content like that because it's just the game's not balanced enough. If all of the Warframes were able to do as much damage as an Atlas, or as much damage as a Ash, or as much like if the Warframe abilities all had that much damage and there were like there was enough survivability, like shield regeneration per second is just not a viable survivability strat against an enemy that's level 300. It's just not. And so like that's the biggest problem, is like you either create scenarios where the Warframe is too tanky and doesn't have to worry about survival at all, or the Warframe's too weak and can't kill the enemy, or the Warframe has everything and nothing can do anything to the Warframe and it just destroys everything, like an Octavia. Like, it's invisible and it does counter damage based off of the enemy damage. Like, it's absolutely, she's absolutely immortal. And whatever content she's playing, it doesn't even matter. Literally just one tap invalidates all content. So because there's such a disparity in strength between Warframes, it makes it really uncomfortable when you force people to play a Warframe that's not strong. Or tanky. Because it's like, why am I doing this to myself when I could just go do something else that's fun? And why can't I bypass this mechanic with Platinum? Like, at the end of the day, why would I ever do Deep Archimedia if I can buy the arcanes from other players? And that's what I come out from it. That's where I end up with it, because I'm like, it's tedium, it's not fun, it forces me to do things I don't enjoy. So I just pay Platinum to not have to do it.
Must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
Yeah, but you can get Archon shards from other places, and once you have as many Archon shards as I have, you don't need more. Like, when you play 8 hours a day every day, like, it doesn't take long for you to get all the Archon shards you need. On 2 accounts, by the way. So, like, I got all the Archon shards I need on 2 accounts. I don't need any more Archon shards. And that's another thing, like, sure, the reward is good, but not all of the rewards are evergreen. The value proposition isn't good enough to warrant farming it for plat. So there's like a lot of things like that that have it kind of missituated. if I were to try to use rewards to make Deep Archimedia a viable place to farm, I would triple the loot. Straight up. Just triple the loot. Instead of getting 1 Archon shard, you get 3. Instead of getting... For every 1 Archon shard you get now, you get 3. For every 1 arcane you get now, you get 3. And that would make it worth farming for platinum. And then I would be willing to like fight through that annoyance and difficulty to like make it happen. But at its current point, it's like, compared to cracking relics and getting primes, like it's not really that valuable as far as a trade, from a trade perspective. Because you got to take into account the value of time. Like, I could fail 3 times. I end up spending an hour and a half trying to do it. Or I can spend 2 minutes, 11 seconds per mission to get primes. Round that up to 3 minutes for load times on the front and back end. That's a lot of prime parts. And every prime part has value because of ducats. So there's no fail state. I'm not going to fail the mission. I'm not going to miss out on a prime part. I'm getting, for the people that don't math, 60 minutes divided by 3 minutes per mission. And I'm imagining that I'll have like a 1.5 hour farm time. 30 prime parts. At minimum, if I get the absolute worst RNG, which is with the way relics are cracked and the RNG, you're more likely to get a 45 ducat item than you are to get a 15 ducat item if you're aiming for 45 ducat items. Because you have 4 relics and a 40% chance on each relic to get 45 ducats, right? Somewhere around there. And so you're basically always going to pick the 45 ducat over the 15 ducat item. And so you get more 45 ducat items than you get 15 ducat items. But let's just say that all 30 of those were 15 ducat items. Well, now you have a plat value equal to 450 ducats. That's 45 plat. What can you sell from 1 Archimedia run that's worth 45 plat? And that's the worst case scenario, giving the most generous evaluation of the situation. Let's say you get 1 100 ducat item worth 40 plat. Let's say you get 3 100 ducat items worth 20 plat. Let's say you get a squad together because you went into the chat and said, hey, let's crack this specific relic on Radiant back to back. You know, so I'm picking the like absolute worst bargain basement, horrible RNG option, and it's still way worse than the reward you get from Deep Archimedia. Not by an order of magnitude, it's similar, but for how much headache and how many chances you have to fail, and it's not like quick fun, it's not what you want to be playing, like there's no fun in it, and the reward's not better. So at the end of the day, that's what people on my side of the fence are saying. We play the game, and we don't want to play it this way, because we have other ways to play it that are more fun and more rewarding. And yeah, you can force us down the road of Archon shards, but that only lasts for so long. Then we're going to stop engaging with the content because there's no real evergreen reward structure that we can, you know, trade for a good amount of platinum, or, you know, have a decent kind of like weekly farm that's worth doing just for like the plat value. You gave up on the 50 Bosphor, which lets you face it's not much used, and you use Valkyr. Exactly. Like, you just don't play the game the way it's intended, and you take the consequence, which is not even a big consequence, because it's not fun playing it the way it's intended. Like, if they just loosened it up a little bit or provided some kind of RNG manipulation where you could say, you know, re-roll the bad affixes 3 times and lock in the bad affix that I want 3 times, so that you have some sort of a mini game you play before you go into the deep Archimedia, where you can try to like roll better debuffs that work and synergize better for the way you like to play, and then you don't feel like you're just constantly being thrown in a corner and hit with a belt. You know? When I open up the page to try to start a deep Archimedia, my emotional center goes, oh great, what kind of horrible things are going to happen to me this week? That's the feel right before I open up that window. It's not like, yay, another challenge, something that I can go, you know, overcome. It's like, what's gonna be done to me this week?
Underestimate them, and you are buried.
What's your opinion on energizing shot for Titania's Dexpixia? Do you play Warframe in high resolution? And do you play it with a lot of visual effects? If not, then sure, use it. Because I mean, if you go like this, and then you play Warframe, then you can see like, oh, there's the orb, you know, I can shoot it, and there's nothing like on the screen, I can't see. For me, it's like almost like I can't be focusing on what's on the ground. Also, your natural vacuum runs counter to that. So you can't shoot the orb that's being vacuumed toward you, and you can't turn the vacuum of Titania off without a mod. So you're kind of just like nerfing your build by taking away a mod slot in order to do an extra thing in order to get energy, when you could just slot in some Archon shards, get nourish. Like, it's just way easier ways to get the energy economy resolved on her. Now, if you don't have Arcane Energize, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. Sometimes life sucks. But you really should have Arcane Energize before this event's over. And if you don't, then you just spend some money, buy some platinum. I'm talking spend $5, buy some platinum, and buy the fully stacked Arcane Energize from another player before this event's over. Like, just do it. just mow a lawn, cut someone's hair, dye someone's hair, I don't know, whatever you do for money. Give a back massage to your grandma. You know, whatever you got to do, get that $5. Grandmas love spending money on their grandchildren, you know? You'll find a way. But yeah. Yeah, there's no reason to put yourself through trying to shoot orbs on the ground ever. That mod would be better off saying that your vacuum range is tripled, and then you'd have a, like, instead of vacuuming energy orbs from where you vacuum them from, let's see. Oh, My energy's full. One sec. 14, 13 meters. So imagine if that was 45 meters. 40 meters even. So now your vacuum is tripled. That would be, I would use that mod over a mod that makes me have to shoot something that I can barely see on the ground. That I could typically just vacuum up to me from 13 meters away anyway. It seems like a weird redundancy that just wastes effort. But I could see people with like minion builds and like different mechanics that like drop energy and health orbs. If having that triple range on vacuum would fundamentally change the way they play, because then they can trust that when an enemy kills when an enemy dies over there, and then my Necros makes them drop more orbs, I can vacuum the orb through a wall from 45 meters away. You know, like that's a useful game mechanic that I would mod into my build over something like Equilibrium, or even with Equilibrium, or over something like Arcane Energize. That would be a very powerful mod. The only thing worth it for me is the Archon shards as a returning player who skipped that period, but for Plat and Arcanes farming, nah. I also buy my MR5 Arcanes with Plat. Yeah, so there's this now, which gives you Archon shards sometimes. And then there's Archon shards from even doing the old Deep Archimedia, if you prefer that one in the Sanctum. And maybe you could argue if this one has a different RNG, which I think it would have a different RNG, whichever one you do each week can be based off of whichever one's more favorable. So you don't have to do the new one. And to some degree, honestly, that solves the problem, right? Because now I have a different Archimedia with a different RNG. If that other one's not favorable, I'm using the same points to unlock this one, and then I can just do this one. So only unlock the one that's like decent to do, and then do that one. Like if I like Nezha, boom, Nezha with a modded out Shidu and a stinking Cybear and a Kuva new core. Heck yeah. You know what I mean? So there's also a second order effect that comes from creating more Deep Archimedias. I want each individual piece of content that I play to be standalone good. But if you can't do that, creating more Archimedias to create more RNG opportunities to make it a little bit easier to pick which one is good and do that one for the Archon shards for the week. Okay, great. Sure. You know, like I'm not gonna blow up about it. But there was a time we only had one. So there's that. Yeah. Banana. There it is.
Case Phoenix just redeemed
Case Phoenix, welcome on in. Yeah. Shield recharge delay. I don't care. I'll keep it. Lose energy per second for local enemies. I might get rid of that one. Max health reduced. Everybody, let's go. Deep Archimedia is the show. Gonna get out there and put out the flow. Talking about bullets, spraying every direction. And you know we gonna get it every single day. Gonna get it out. Gonna get the primes, gonna do a shout. Gonna hand them out. Everybody, that's what we about. Yeah, what? Do it with me. Queso night. Yeah. Health. Max health reduced each time health damage is taken. Pickups do not heal. And health orbs cannot be picked up. I want to be able to pick up health orbs. Because I have my chakram. My shakalaka I throw. Makes me get more orbs. Unlock it. Use 2 search points to unlock it. I unlocked it. Wait, it only costs 2 points? I forgot it only costs 2 points. So you could do both each week, but, you know, I wouldn't do that. Oh, you can also do, you can do this. Netro cells give Archon shards. So, you don't have to do Deep Archimedia to get Archon shards. You can do Netro cells. And that would probably be the way I do it at first. Especially if I'm like racing through the game and I don't have builds for everything. But at this point, like, you check here, you check there. If you can get the extra rewards, great. If you can't, fine. You know, it is what it is. It's like, eh. You'll eventually get all the stuff you need and then you won't have to engage with it anymore if you don't like it. But I don't like it. I just don't like being punished in ways. Like, I do not like things that are negatively affecting me in video games. I generally don't like that principle at all. I want a game that has only buffs and difficulty and balance. No debuffs. I don't want to take a debuff in order to get a buff. I want only buffs. That's just what I like. But some people see debuffs as a viable challenge. I see it as a gimmick that's used in lieu of better development options. It's like, we don't know how to make it difficult, so we're gonna take away the stuff you already have. It's like, it's a shortcut. Like, the hard road is, you know, create defense and support metas. Create defense and support power fantasy. Let defense warframes and support warframes, like, let tanks be immortal, you know. And then once you have supports and tanks that are actually viable in the scenarios you're putting them in, you can start to ramp up difficulty for like endurance runs and events. They already do like stuff where they like find the outliers of like super high crazy damage and they bring them back in line. They already do that. It's just a matter of reviving the support and tank metas that are like effectively dead. Because why try to survive it if it one-shots you with one of its mechanics? Like, why try to survive it if like it disables your abilities? Like, that's Okay, so now the only thing I can really do against that is like have a tank who has a massive amount of health like a Naros, put adaptation on him and a bunch of armor, and then hopefully, like with no abilities, I'll survive anyway. Arcane Grace. And it's just like, that eliminates what the Warframes do. The Warframes bring abilities to the table. They're part of the point of the game. And so creating content where you're basically just invalidating the Warframe. Now it's all about the weapons, and it's all about the base health and armor tankiness of said Warframe. Which, like, why bring a Warframe? That was a good riff. That was a real good riff. Go team. That kind of threw me off though for a second. I'm like, who's playing music? That's not my music. But yeah. I've said it before and I'll say it again.
This is good.
I don't think it's really even armor. Well, okay. I think if you're gonna make it so that you turn off Warframe abilities, which is just a very bad should not exist mechanic, if we can't get rid of that, if that's like a non-negotiable for Warframe and they have to turn off our abilities, fine. Then make it so that we can build every Warframe tanky enough using mods and arcanes and shards to make them immortal. So I can create a Citrine, I can create a Gyre, I can create a Nova that with 0 abilities can withstand Janus freaking Vor. Like, it's not just that the bad guy does too much damage. It's that the bad guy does too much damage and turns off your abilities, so you can't use Warframes that typically, historically, and are designed to be tanky. Like, you literally just invalidate the tank, half of, well, 99% of the tanky Warframes with doing that. It doesn't, all it does is it says, okay, play Inaros in this content. Play Limbo in this content. That's all you're really effectively doing. You're not truly creating difficulty. You're just creating a specific need for a specific tool to be used, which I don't find fun. It's kind of the same as like a lot of Dark Souls type stuff for me. I put it in that category where it's like the difficulty is based off of what gear you're wearing, not. Or a great example is Pokemon. The difficulty is created by what elemental Warframe, what elemental Pokemon you're using. The difficulty isn't really tied to like the Pokemon's strength as much as what element they are. You're trying to create paper, scissors, rock. And so when you take something as intricate, well-designed, and varied as Warframe and you reduce it to paper, scissors, rock, it makes people feel like all the work they put into creating all of these unique builds and different ways to play doesn't matter anymore. It just invalidates all the progress they've made. And I think that's the social contract aspect of it that really angers players, is like they constantly have said they don't want to invalidate our power, what we farmed, and all the stuff we've done, but then they constantly create content that literally does that. And that's all it serves to do. It doesn't do anything but invalidate the work we've put in. So it's kind of like hard to like be patient with that sort of stuff, because it's a direct like counter to what they say they're trying to do. Lord is human, this is confusing. Love it. Yep. This is true, so not much has changed is, like, not always the case. Because they... like, turning off Warframe abilities and damage attenuation are band-aid fixes. That's what they are. I don't think anyone can convince me otherwise, although I'm open to hearing counter arguments to that statement. But I truly believe that turning off Warframe abilities and damage attenuation are band-aid fixes. And I think that I've come up with better things myself that could be done. I think that the community's come up with better things that could be done. They're not easy to do. They're not as easy to do, which is why I'm calling those things band-aid fixes, because they're easy to do. Just say, can't take more damage than this every this long. Great. Solve that, you know? So it's moving in a direction that, yeah, if there is a bigger picture plan that is being worked on in the background that we might find out during this next TennoCon, you know, we'll find out if they've been working on a permanent fix to this damage attenuation, turning off Warframe abilities issue. And if not, then we're probably going to see more of the same. And if we're going to see more of the same, then what's the point of spending time working on builds and creating unique playstyles? Like, what's the point in, like, getting the new Warframe? It's not going to work. Its abilities are going to get turned off. There's going to be damage attenuation. So, like, it validates the core structure of the game. So I'm really hoping that it's just what it looks like, which is a band-aid fix in order to stall for time, in order to get a more permanent solution to the problem, which is power fantasies in late stage development have trouble with balance. Like, that's kind of just, everyone knows that. You talk about Diablo, you talk about Path of Exile, you know, that's just how it is. But balancing that is something that each of those, you know, teams and development teams have worked on. I don't think any of them got it right, but I think that Digital Extremes has a better chance of getting it right than those other companies, for sure. I really do. Of all the development teams that I've seen and all the games I've seen, I haven't seen a development team that has produced so much good stuff as DE. So, hoping they get it. Hoping. I mean, there's like stuff you could do that flips the entire like problem on its head and immediately could solve like some of the issues we're experiencing. A great example would be damage attenuation for shields. What if Warframe shields had damage attenuation, and based off of how much shield you have, it took you longer to run out of shield, no matter how much damage you're taking. Therefore, you have a longer amount of time to find cover, and you can go regenerate your shield after you find cover. Like, that would bring shield back up to being a valuable way to play, and it would be meta forever. And it's a band-aid fix that is in the right direction for the right reasons, and it promotes gameplay that's unique. You know, another example of that would be making armor great again, in the sense that that scaling, you know, math equation of how much damage we still take could be rearranged so that not only does more and more armor make you more and more immortal, but you eliminate the minimum damage. If you make minimum damage 0, then it won't matter how many enemies are hitting you if they're weak. You're not going to take any damage, and then you're actually going to be able to mitigate enough damage to survive. But as it stands, there is no take 0 damage in this game. If you have a bajillion armor, you still take 0.000000000000001 damage, which gets rounded up to 1 damage. What's the point? Why should I build armor if it doesn't accomplish me tanking something fully? So armor in itself is not enough, so then you have to go, okay, well, what if we make armor stat in its current state also provide health regeneration based off of how much armor exists? Sure. Well, you have a question there that exists, which is, what if the health regeneration gets so fast that the game can't calculate you dying? Like, what if your health regeneration per second is so fast that when the game goes to calculate, it says, oh, well, he has 1 health because he's regenerated 1 health in the 0.000001 seconds between each frame or each calculation of damage incoming, right? So that's one of the problems with too much shield regen, too much health regen, all that stuff. So then you have to go, okay, well, do we set a max health regen cap? Do we communicate that to the player base in some way where they actually hit a max health regen and a max armor and then can move on to building other stats? And then we can really refine what that max health armor combination is to be able to go, this is what feels good playing the game. And health regen armor is somewhat similar to having like a damage attenuation on shield, because you would have to go find health or revive. They would have to change some things with regard to it to make it act different than a shield. So health armor would have to act as though it's not going to regen quickly or be able to be regened when you're not in combat. Something to make it so that you have to go get more health orbs and stay in combat for health tanking to be a different playstyle than, okay, I'm attacking now, my health's going down, I'm gonna go hide, right? So that there's something different you're actually doing as a player if you build something with health and armor versus if you build something with shields. Overguard.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target.
What is overguard? Like, what is that? Like, what is why? But I think more enemies should have anti-overguard mechanics. I think more enemies should have... overguard should be like a thing that you can do that works most of the time, but nullifier bubbles remove all overguard. Any kind of area of effect like the heat, if the dude does the Eximus heat AoE, it removes all overguard. If an enemy does an electric spark charge, it erodes overguard at like 5 times the rate. So that you have overguard as like a overguard and not as a only guard immortality mechanic that you just replenish and then nothing can kill you ever, because right now that's what it's doing. It's the end all be all of survivability and makes everything else like useless. It's too good. It should be like good most of the time if you're playing smartly. And that would fix it. 3 different playstyles, 3 different values and purposes and reasons why to have those different types of defense, and they each provide a different unique playstyle.
I am pleased with your performance.
I think that would be just fine. One of the problems with the current state of things is they've played around with a lot of different things, and so there's kind of like a Three Stooges effect, where like, yeah, you have Styanax over here regenerating shield, and you have Wisp over there regenerating health, and you have Dante over there regenerating Overguard. And so what if you put all 3 of those in the same mission, and then you add a Citrine in there with damage mitigation? Or even better, you add a Neja with a subsumed Mirage ability so that everybody takes like way less damage, right? That would work for survivability, but there's no reason to do it, because there's nothing that like could challenge players on that level other than having mechanics that like can completely invalidate those things. And I think that's one of the problems, like when you start to get with like the idea of like, okay, what if Shield had a if Shield has a has its own damage mitigation, then or damage attenuation, then you have a problem with any Warframe that regenerates shield. Protea immediately becomes an issue, Cyanax becomes an issue, and so that's one of the other things, which is like, how do you develop moving forward when the development has already done all of these things that don't work well together? And so that's where like you have to take each piece apart, analyze it, group it, put it on paper to be able to like really understand what all is happening, because a lot of those solutions sound really great, but there are always going to be problems to that. Once you get to this point in like the development of a game, like there's just so many things to think about. It's really hard to keep them all, you know, in your head. And I think it's really cool that we have those different mechanics. I don't want to get rid of all of those different mechanics, but I think some of them are definitely in each other's way and could be reworked. Like the entire invention of Overguard was basically for the purpose of having something new and unique as a defense mechanic. Like the whole point of Overguard is like, now we have a Dante. Like, why doesn't Dante just regenerate shields? Why does Overguard provide knockdown protection and status protection? You know what I mean? So there's all these like things that's like, it kind of makes the other things that came before a little bit useless.
Another job well executed.
Or a lot more useless if you take into account health regeneration and Wisp. Like, no one needs that. I don't think armor affects Overguard. I don't think so. Damage mitigation does. In some ways. It's very specific. So So initially there was like Overguard was a thing that you could have damage mitigation layers over it. Not affected by damage reduction from armor or abilities such as Splinter Storm, or damage type resistance effects such as adaptation, Link, Warding Halo, Shield of Shadows. Rolling will apply damage reduction to Overguard. Enemies can still have their shields and armor stripped while their Overguard is active. Magnetic effect now amplifies status. Magnetic status effect amplifies all damage to Overguard in the same way it does shields. That's more of a new thing. It says that none of the damage mitigation affects Overguard anymore, but it does not. Crowd control bypasses Overguard. 4 stacks of cold can bypass Overguard. Void procs bullet effect can bypass Overguard. So that's against enemies. Effects that taunt or have increased threat will not affect enemy behavior if they have Overguard. Presence of Overguard will not affect enemy behavior. I'm not sure if that's saying that Mallet still taunts, or if it's saying that Mallet doesn't taunt if they have Overguard. I'm not sure. It's weirdly worded. That slow enemies with Overguard until it is removed, after which the ability will affect them like normal. So Coil Horizon slows enemies, Tornadoes slow enemies, and Bastille slows enemies with Overguard. Interesting. Sources of player Overguard. Doesn't really say. Yeah, I haven't really done many tests with what helps Overguard last longer. I don't think it works with anything. But that's still kind of irrelevant when you have so much... Well, I mean Dante specifically. Because, I mean, I don't feel Styanax gives too much Overguard, but Dante gives, like, way too much. You're pretty sure Overguarded enemies will still attack the Loki Decoy or Titania Lantern? Why is there a big guy? Why is there a big guy? I don't know. Rhino and Frost generate more Overguard based on armor. Yeah. Frost is a really good armor or Overguard distributor. Rhino is great for self-Overguard, but I feel like Rhino kind of has other downsides with his the way his Rhino shield iron skin works. For Rhino, I would want to see his iron skin last a bit longer in the immortality phase to stack up a bit longer before it activates and calculates all of the number. Because I feel like the current state is that enemies are like staggered or crowd controlled so much that like they don't really even like hit it. The same goes for Neja's thing to some degree. Although Neja's is designed to like break and crowd control the enemies, it kind of works as a counter to being able to stack up the next shield. So that creates a bit of an issue where you cast it, it breaks, you cast it again, the enemies don't shoot it, it activates, the enemies start shooting it, it breaks, you have to cast it again, and it just ends up being like a thing that drains your energy rather than a thing that keeps you alive. That's why I use other mechanics for Neja's shield, because I have really fast shield regeneration and shield recharge, so that it like also because damage goes through Neja's shield, right? So you could get to a point where even in the, if you do that right, you'd have a situation where your overshield is so stinking huge that even the damage that gets through the overshield could even the damage that gets through the overshield could kill your health bar before the overshield breaks. So you have to have some kind of like health regeneration or shield regeneration to be able to survive all that. But for rhinos, it's like you're just literally immortal until it breaks, and then maybe a minimum duration. I think I really like the idea of like you cast it and you're like immortal for a bit longer before it activates, because for rhino specifically, it's like you could end up having to cast it and cast it and then cast it and then cast it, and it just keeps breaking and breaking. It's like, come on, I just want to play the game. I don't want to be like casting the shield over and over again. On Neja's side, I'm usually able to finagle a scenario where I can get a large shield and then like crowd control pretty regularly with the 4th ability so that the shield doesn't break too quickly. Usually I can do that, especially since he can provide himself his own energy and health regen. I think the idea with Neja is like he's supposed to use the chakram a lot more than I use it, because he's supposed to get lots more health orbs and energy orbs. I just find it to be really tedious to like always be casting the chakram when I could just shoot and they're dead. So I try to find other ways to have enough extra survivability and energy.
Intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
I think really like finding a way to make sure that the I wonder if it is that. No, it's not. It's something else. Finding a way to like make it so that the now my brain just reset.
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Kenna.
What if I do this? Nope. Somehow there's an input that's pretending that it's working even though there's not a thing going on. There's not even anything that's inputting to the computer. And plugged the keyboard and then plugged it back in, so it's not that. I don't know what causes this bug, it's annoying. Oh, it fixed itself. Just fixed itself. Yeah. Neja is a divine retribution bot. Spore and follow up with Subsumed Thermal Sunder and Dark Pact. Oh yeah, yeah. Wait. Wait. I really want to have like more experiences in Warframe where it's like the content gets to the point where like it's so hard that you have to bring a planned, like organized group, like especially in endurance runs, defense missions and things like that. Because right now, like, it doesn't matter what you play and there's not really a benefit to having like Warframes that support each other or groups that like have like any synergy. So a lot of people play the standalone Warframes like Wukong, Volt,
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
even Nova to some degree. It's like whoever can kill all the enemies on their own and get through the mission quickly, that's what I'm gonna play. Because there's not really a reason to play. I feel like even Wisp, there's not really a reason to play Wisp in a team. She's slower than everyone else because she buffs everybody else's speed. And doesn't really clear the rooms as easily as other Warframes. Nova is a team frame? Can be. I'm talking about like things not on my roster that I use, but that's mostly because the Warframes are designed for other parts of the game, that there aren't many, like Harrow and Garuda and Hydroid are best suited in missions where, you know, you're gonna be there a while. You know, even Protea or Mesa, because I mean you can run and gun with Mesa, but like the whole point is her fourth ability is to like keep everyone away from this thing, you know. So a lot of the Warframes are designed for like more of a defensive posture rather than a run and gun. So a lot of it is like the main things that we try to do is get the loot as fast as possible. Try to get the loot wherever the best loot is, wherever the best time to platinum. So it definitely like favors Warframes that are best, the Warframes that are best at the missions that have good time to platinum. Which is why defense being changed and being changed to like a 3-round thing is like so huge for the game. Because now defense missions are a valid time to platinum like farm. And so like all of those Warframes that are good at defense are now all of a sudden like useful and like part of the meta farming, which is huge and good, very huge and good. So, but it like it's kind of like
Success. The captive is
as a player, I just try to express like all the things I want. You know, I get that it's like there's lots of things that are not all doable at the same time. I get that. But like getting that out there is is the best. Like the developers decide like what's the most important priority wise. I feel like we don't have as many warframes as we should have that can like protect defense targets. We don't have as many warframes as we should have that can protect excavators, defection, like defectors, on the defection missions are pretty much like, who can defend them? Warframes that do damage in all directions all the time, like Zaku, Gyre, crowd controllers that have a high, you know, ability to slow, like Nova, Sevagoth. Like, it kind of, it's a lot smaller list than the list that like is good for other stuff, like mobile defense. I don't even think about mobile defense. Mobile defense just needs the timers for each defense node to be lowered to make it viable. And the enemies need to be a little bit more ravenous. It needs to be like, defend this node. The enemies are coming from all directions. Ah! You know, just more oomph. Spy's good. I think we have enough spies, and I think spy is good. I think to make spy rewarding compared to other game modes, there's an issue with reactant. So reactant suggests you have to kill enemies, whereas spy, you have to be sneaky and not kill enemies. Or you have to kill all enemies so none of them raise the alarm. If spy were changed to have no requirement to kill enemies to get reactant, and you get reactant from hacking each of the spy nodes, and once you've hacked 2 spy nodes, you get all the reactant. That would be cool. Hack 1, get 5 reactant. Hack another one, the whole team gets 5 reactant. You leave the mission. And that would be more in line with what a spy is. Interception. Does anyone remember what an interception mission is? Do you even remember what we do for this? Does anyone have any idea? Yeah, so holding the nodes, just speeding up the timer and the amount of enemies spawning to make it a little faster. Capturing of each individual node. It's a hard one. It's a hard one, because if you speed up enemies, then it's really hard to capture an interception. So you'd have to fundamentally change what capturing a node, like what you do to capture a node, right? What if interception required you to not hold the ground like King of the Hill, but what if interception required you to keep enemies out of a smaller space? Just bring the space in a little bit smaller so that it's easier to like control that smaller space, instead of the current situation where like the interception zones are very large and you can't really put too many enemies in with the warframes because it'll just get glitchy because they're always in the zone and you can't like get them out of the zone. But you can increase the amount of enemies in the zone if you also make the zones smaller. You can increase the enemies in the maps if you make each of those little zones smaller and faster to capture, so that you don't have to like hold that spot for that long. Maybe changing the disparity between like how long it takes you to capture the node and how long it takes the enemy to revert it. Because right now it seems like the enemies revert it super easily and it takes forever to capture it yourself. Whereas you could make it easier for you to capture it yourself, make it harder for the enemies to capture it, but then have way more enemies and way smaller zones. Or way more enemies, and right now they have to hit consoles. But the consoles are kind of like placed in places that are like line of sight dependent, and they're not like central. So if it switched to being like a console directly in the center of each spot, and it's just one, so you have for 4 nodes in the interception, you have to watch 4 spots, as opposed to some of the maps have like 2 separate hack spots, and if either one of them is touched by the bad guy, then it gets taken. Well, it's really hard to watch 8 different spots, especially in solo. So I think like some balance tweaks can be done with that to make it like more enemy combat focused and less like I guess the other way to go about it would be like if you have like take the area and then hold the area like we have in the open worlds. There's a similar sort of mechanic where enemies spawn in and you have to cull the enemies fast enough to keep the percentage low so that the enemies aren't taking over the space. I think maybe if that was overlaid over all of those nodes, and then that's what the new thing is, interception is, that would be nice. We all know rescue. Rescue just needs to be you rescue him, you get the reactant. You rescued the dude, you get the reactant, you leave the mission. You don't have to kill anyone. You just gotta extract them. Excavators need to mine faster. And we need more ways to protect them. Yo, Jess Moon Quinn, welcome on in. You love doing spy missions, even Lua, but I hate it when it's a fissure mission. I think it's funny that you say even Lua because it's like well known that people don't like Lua. Generally, that's the most hated one. The fact that that's common knowledge, like, tells a lot. Crossfires are great. Assassinations are great. I wish we had more assassination fissures. We don't have assassination fissures. That would be fun. You know? Sabotage is great. Most of the time, sabotage is great. There's like this one thing where like they put the wrong thing in the thing and then it becomes a defense mission. I wish that were just removed from the game, but other than that, it's fine. Yeah. We need some sort of thing where we can speed up the hijack thing. So that we could have hijack as one of these fissure missions. It's fine if we have to kill the enemies in order to get the reactant in hijack, but we need to have like something we can go pick up and like fuel, like speed up the hijack target. That way we're doing something unique. Because right now it's kind of just like stand here and kill the enemies, as opposed to stand here and defend the mobile defense. It's maybe a little too samey. So right now you pay energy, you have to stay close to that thing. You pay shields? Yeah, you pay shields and stay close to it for it to move. It'd be nice if there was a way to like go pick up a thing and like put it in there to make it move on its own for a little bit of time and speed up. So that I'm not always just standing on top of it or being close to it or having enough shields. Like something to like help out the other guys that don't have the shields. Also, here, that's a good question. Does Clairvaux still have the Clairvaux glitch? I wonder. Excavations need to yield more cryotic. Yeah, for baby Tenno, that would be really helpful if it were just doubled. Like, just double it, taking into account that it'll get doubled again with resource boosters. Because it's just way too slow. Like, it just needs to be like 4 times as much. Like right now, it's like, get a resource booster in order to play the game the way it was meant to be played. That's how it feels. As opposed to get a resource booster and you're actually getting twice the speed. It's like it's balanced for if you have a resource booster. Okay, Mr. Calervo, what happens when you run out of health, buddy? You tell me what happens when you run out of health, okay? I want to know. Because I could just do this all day, and then all the enemies die, and then I just do the whole mission like this, right? But you're going to run out of health, and then you're going to keep trucking along, I bet. Because you're not going to die. Right? Am I right? It's my favorite. It's my favorite thing in Warframe. The Calervo glitch. Are you ready? It's happening. It's about to happen. There it is. The Calervo glitch. Da -da 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 -da. Now who's hijacking? That's right. Calervo is. Try to get him. Try to kill him. Just try to get through that 20,000 over card. I dare ya. Kinda cute, huh? Oh, if you don't know, now you know. So quiet. Oh, it sped up. That thing just started going faster. Ta-da! We don't stop for nothing. Nothing. Oh, man. Good times. That's how you do it. Just a little clarifo. Yeah. Good times. Survival's good, but the intervals... I don't know how exactly 5 minutes compares to defense 3 rounds. Because I don't keep track of time when I'm doing a defense. But there's a big difference between a small area where you're doing defense and a large area where you're doing defense. So it's hard to tell exactly how long it takes to do a rotation of defense. That would have to be a data-driven decision-making situation. Hives are good. Infested salvage is good. You know, infested salvage is a lot like what I wish hijack was. Like running around picking stuff up and like putting it in the thing. Or maybe the it's kind of like the maybe it's kind of like the hive. Oh no, the hive is the one where you have to hit the boils, right? Gotta blow up all the boils. That one's fun. Kind of forget about some of them. Like hive is one you like never ever do after you do it a few times. You never go back there. That would be a nice one to have as a node for disruption. I like disruption though. Disruption's fun. It's like it's a good speed, and then you can like play really smartly and like make it faster. It's been so long since I've even looked at this. They changed all the locations of the nodes to make them look all smooth and cool. I like that. Oh, Pursuit! You guys remember Pursuit? There's a defection mission. I feel like I always played defection with Volt just to speed him up and make him run through the area faster. Yeah, Cryotic's pretty rough. That's probably one of the worst resource gatherers right now. But they did create like some kind little tiny little bit of help with the Duviri excavation. Kind of helped out a bit. As you're farming Duviri, you kind of get a little bit of what you need there. Invasion. Ooh, what if Arena gave Cryotic? That would be cool. What if Arena had a new reward added for Cryotic? Because that's a way different way to play than Excavation, but it's also not that easy. And it would like really incentivize these nodes a bit more. I feel like they're kind of like ignored. After you get the stuff, you're like, never go back to those either. Of course, people will go back to Index for credits sometimes, or do Profit Taker. The resource grind is just way more. Like, for me, it was not as bad, I would say, because I wasn't playing the game to progress for like a long time. I was just playing to like crack relics and have fun and whatnot. But there's still a lot of things that I need Cryotic for on the alt account that I probably won't get for another few months to a year at least. Just because I don't really farm Cryotic either. The only reason I would farm Cryotic on the alt account is for like Duviri stuff. So I got a little bit from this But the Duviri doesn't have... The Isle Weaver doesn't have Undercroft excavation, does it? Because I don't remember doing a single excavation in Isle Weaver. But we did some circuit. And that's where, of course, you get the excavation. Maybe I just got lucky. Never had to do it. Oh, trade time. Trade time, lunchtime? Trade time, lunchtime. You haven't seen an excavation in Isle Weaver? Yeah. Yeah. So maybe they just like excluded it. That would make sense. People don't like it. People don't like it. Or maybe they didn't want people to get cryotic. Oh, that'd be funny if like that's the reason. That would be hilarious. I doubt it though. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my food and whatnot. You'll say hi even if you don't have time. Nice. That was a 668 million damage crit, yo. That's a lot of damage.
You are running out of time. Consider extraction.
More RNG. Nope. Oh, you know what? I should have a Berserker Fury thing too, huh? We get so many of those. Like I said. And then I need to get my transference, hit the button only once, and use my glaive. Aha! It works! Throw the glaive! Throw the glaive! Yeah! Throw the glaive again! Alright, throw the glaive! Yeah! Throw it again! Yeah! Yeah! Winning!
No lights.
Got it. Get to the front. You got it. Got it. Yeah.
Use the beast. Destroy Francis.
Whoa. Okay. Well, that was unintended. But sure. Yeah. Oh no, maybe it is. There's another group, right? Okay, cool. I am Rhino, hear me roar! We win. That was easy. What? What's this? What's this? Infestation is the gift that keeps on giving. Nanospores. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Oh. 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 Hit the button. Screenshot. Yeah. Wow. That's really good. Guys, that's sick. Are we gonna do this? Yells from dinner table with full mouth arrow. Alright, give me a minute, I'll be right back. Easy poops. Hello.
You allow it to master you. The indulgent, the cowardly, the indolent.
I think I'm gonna go past and then come back. Did that work? Oh, it worked. It works. It worked. It worked. Oh man, where's the thing for that? Wow. Yeah, that's the stuff. Game though. Ooh. Oh, Valven Prime Blueprint. Oh, Valven Prime. What? Wow. Oh, I actually shot it instead of scanning it. That was me. That was me. I said don't blow it up, but I blew it up. That happens. My bad. Dude. You see what I see? You guys seeing this? You seeing this? Oh. Necros Prime Blueprint. Oh, that feels good. That feels so good. Yeah. We did. Thank you, Fire. I'd like to dedicate this moment to Fire. No! What is this? All right. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh no! I'm so sorry, team. I'm a murderer. I'm sorry. I got radiation procs. Oh, I'm so sorry. Word. Got some of them pizza bites. Some watermelon. Did you see the watermelon? The watermelon. Look at that. I got a 12-pound watermelon. It was like 54 cents a pound. Insane. Revenant, hello. I'm sorry, you should have read as I went to break. To get lunch, that is. Alright. Trading. Making platinum. Buying stuff. Selling stuff. Getting rich. All that good jazz. Let's see where we're at. Yesterday was up 72 platinum, so actually very close to break even, which is good. Break even is definitely good when we're at 7,900 plat. Trying to stay above 5,000, so doing very good. I have some Jolt mods for 59 plat that might sell. I have some split flights for 59 plat that might sell. I have lots of warframes, lots of weapons that are probably overpriced, but might be able to get them on trade chat. And then lots of weapons that are basically double the ducat value. So ducat value is 10 plat per 100 ducats. And so I try to sell sets that are like 200 ducats like the Fulmin's 205 ducats, so I try to sell the Fulmin for 40 plat. So I try to get double the ducat value. So far it's kind of worked. During the time when they're farmable, it's definitely not. But if you hold on to those after and the price goes up a bit, it does pretty well. Also, let's see. I traded a lot on the 5th. And the 7th, I did a little bit. And yesterday I did a little bit. But mostly, I did sales yesterday. My yesterday track record was 4 purchases of frames, 2 at 50, 2 at 30, and then mostly sales the rest of the time. I did sell a couple of things that were like super old school that I didn't think I would sell, like Spirothrix parts. And I sold a primary Merciless and a Zata Invocation. So like very weird sales, nothing like normal. So hopefully we'll get some more like of the normal sales. Current inventory has oh, I got a Banshee again. Banshee. Baruch, Goss, Grendel, Hildren, Inaros. I have an Inaros again. Oberon, Protea, Revenant. Of course I have Lavos, but I'm not trying to sell it yet. Sevagoth, Wisp, Zaku. I also have a Trinity. Does anyone have need for a Trinity? A Trinity. I think I might add Titania to this list because I do have a few Titania. The base is broken. I must repair. Oh, strategy. You know, the copy pasta being broken has happened a lot more, as well as that other weird input glitch since I started playing the game through Steam. I didn't have those issues when I wasn't playing through Steam. That's just been a thing like since I switched over. Kind of weird. I was like, if I restarted and it didn't work, I'm be so mad. All right, there we go. Unblocked. Cool. Oh. All right, let's see what the trade chat has for us while we eat some lunch. Delicious, delicious lunch. Wisp Prime, let's go. I got a sale. Sprotix was always worth plat because people don't want to farm it. Yeah, nobody wants to do the vaults. I got the parts from like helping people do the vaults because they didn't want to do the vaults. So I know. 114 wisps on the wall, 114 wisps. Break one down, sell it around. 70 plat in my box, minus a wisp. Wisps. Whispers in the walls is done. Nice. Nice, nice. So what do you think, Minecraft Ike? You've done the new war. You've done Whispers in the Walls. What are you thinking? Like, what's your thought process about the world of Warframe? That's a lot of lore drop in a very short amount of time. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Look at this guy, Dirty Blood. He's putting out the facts. He says, check out Warframe.market, yo. Check every price on Warframe.market, yo. Keep up the good work, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. What about Zako? Still gonna try and sell stuff for 70p. You know me. Try and make that plat no matter what. What about MR10 hate Riven? Nope. Lowest on MP is 30. Okay. Good luck out there. I think I'm gonna try to match 30. I know it's not even 30. It's been 40 forever. Did it drop to 30? There's a single dude selling it for 30. This dude's freaking Luffy. You think I'm gonna trust Luffy? He's a terrorist. Goodness gracious. These people are insane. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Look, hey, he's a pirate. Okay? Sometimes they're terrorists. Most of the time they're terrorists. But he's not necessarily. He's just a pirate. He's a boomer. Like, I have the right guy, right? Yeah, Luffy. Well, technically this is spelled with 2 F's, so it might not be meant to be the same guy. This guy. In his defense, he doesn't have 2 F's in the name. He might just be, you know, someone else. Could be accidental. Terrorist is a good name. You can't just crash the economies like that. Yo, bro, I will buy 50 Zakus from this dude, straight up. You think I'm playing? Dude's not even online. That's how you know he's an actual terrorist. He's not online. Look. Look. Luffy. Hi, wanna buy Zaku 30 plat. Not real. Luffy's not real. I can say that. That's facts. You wish that Warframe.market required a link to your Warframe account to get rid of mismatched name issues and people that are not online. Please. Also people that are not online. That's my addition. I think there's a problem with Warframe connectivity that still exists. And I don't know if that's ever going to get resolved. I think that that is the secret lore of Steve. At least I hope that's the secret lore of Steve, is that he's working on server connectivity right now. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully. I mean, we have a lot of legacy bugs in Warframe still. And I feel like in the last year, yeah, in the last year, we've had a Warframe bug update. So the typical bugs we saw over a year ago were of a certain sort. And then they came out with Duviri. And then now the bugs we see since post Duviri are kind of just, they're different bugs. And I'm not sure if they were like new bugs introduced, because a lot of the old bugs are gone. I mean, some of them are still here, but a lot of them are gone. So, and some of them I would say are negligible. Like you don't need to fix the issue of crouch, open window, uncrouch, close window, crouch is now permanent. You don't need to fix that. No one's gonna cry about that. But there are some, like the always run right issue that's new. There's the disconnectivity, lack of connectivity in trade chat. Try to invite, says they're online, but they're online. Says they're offline, but they're online. That one's rough. The says they're offline, but they're online is super rough. It seems like there's like just a few of those kinds of weird connectivity issues still. But I don't know. I made my peace with it. So personally, I don't care if they fix it. What I care about is if they fix, like, I care if they fix the overall game balance and structure, because I want to have a reason to group on purpose with specific warframes. And that's like, that's a whole new ask. Like, I want raids. I want to like have a planned squad organization where we go in and we take out pinnacle bosses and we accomplish something as a team and get rewards and accolades and maybe even a ladder to like solidify our, you know, value in the community, to have more things that could, like, if I want something in Warframe where if I do it, everyone knows I'm the guy that did it in Warframe. Like a Path of Exile, the first person to finish the first 3 acts or whatever. You know what I mean? They have those races they do in Path of Exile 2. Things like that. Some sort of thing where I can distinguish myself from other players in a competitive way would be cool. But that's a big ask. Because it's just not that kind of game. Or even like distinguish our clan. Like the Queso Knight clan beat this boss in this time frame, or the Queso Knight clan, you know, got this ladder PvP thing. I don't know, PvPvE thing. I much prefer PvPvE. I think PvP is just too hard to institute in a game like this. I haven't even done the PvPvE mission. I've never done it once. I probably should, because I need to get the stinking rep. It's kind of weird to me to see people who like are familiar with Warframe.market prices, but then they go on trade chat and they say want to buy this thing. It's like, just buy it from someone on the market, dude. I'm the cheapest price on the market. Just like buy it from me. Ooh. Ooh. We got some purchases. Yo, come here. Yerp. Yerp. Only have 60 plat. Do you trust the Dingle Boys, guys? I don't know. That sounds a little sketch to me. It's a Shadow Clan rank 5. So it's not a lot of people. Market page right now on main account. What do you mean you have the cheapest prices? You have a Zaku for 70 and it's going for 40? Minecraft, I need you to mind your business, okay? I'm talking about the Cedo sale. You know I don't sell Warframes for that cheap. That's ridiculously cheap. No one should sell that cheap. Sell a Warframe for 40 plat. You crazy? When the prime frame is like how much on the trade? You try to buy the base frame from the market, it's like 300 plat, and then you're gonna go and try to get the prime for 40 plat. These people have no self-respect. You know it. I know it. They need to have some self-respect, man. It's a problem. Bro, I cannot have a conversation with you about Lotus Eaters, okay? I care about you as a viewer. I appreciate you being here, but I cannot talk to you about Lotus Eaters. Just do the quest, move on with your life, pretend it never happened to you. Oh, okay. Cool. You can do the hex now. Nice. Nice. You get the face frames. You're close to Araxia, you can taste it. Mmm. Spider legs. Deep fried. Mmm. Nope. I've never had a problem with people quote unquote scamming. I think that when you twist someone's arm and lie to them and you say this is worth this much, then you're a legitimate scammer. But if I were to go into trade chat here and I were to sell and I were to be like, want to sell intensify 50 plat, 60 plat, mistype, but who cares? If someone messages me and says I'll buy that intensify for 60 plat, what they're doing is they're taking their hard-earned money or time, because they either bought the plat or earned the plat, and they're squandering it. They're not doing their due diligence to find a good price. I'm not responsible for their laziness and or stupidity. I don't hold myself responsible for that. I'm sorry. And I won't hold any of you guys as my viewers responsible for that. They are saying, I want that and I'm willing to pay that price. That's on them. 100% on them. It's their money. They can spend it how they want. I'm not going to go to a gambler who spends their money frivolously and gets themselves into massive amounts of debt and be like, I'm going to disallow you from gambling. They have their free will. They want to go gamble. Let them go gamble. They want to destroy their life. Let them go destroy their life. It's not just in video games. It's just that's theirs to do what they want with. I don't feel I have a right to tell them what to do with their stuff. And if I benefit from them being dumb and not being self-protective or self-aware, like, that's not my fault. I'm not trying to tell them or force them into a bad deal. Conversely, on the other side of things, if this guy says, want to buy acid shells PMO, and I go, I have acid shells, 600 plat. It's a super rare mod. It's worth like 800, but I'm going to give you it for 600. Well, I just gave them false information regarding the item they're looking for. I am trying to give them an unfair deal by lying to them. In that case, you're a swindler. You're swindling someone. You're giving them, you're not working to their benefit. And the onus is on you to be honest as a salesperson about what you have and what it's worth. I will gladly tell people, look, this Warframe, it ain't worth 70 plat. You can go buy it on warframe.market. But if they're willing to pay 70 plat because that's what I'm offering it at, and they say, yo, I want to buy it. Look, I'm offering it at 70. It's in my store. I determine the price in my store. And they say, I want to buy that. Fine, I'll sell it to you. But if they say, hey, I think that's too expensive, can I pay 40? I say, go buy it from Warframe Market. I'm not trying to hide the information that I'm selling at a higher price. I'm not trying to tell them that it's worth more. I'm saying this is my price and I determine my price. You decide to buy or not. And that's the big difference I see with what I see on trade chat, what I see in the real world even, is there's a big difference between offering something at your price point and telling someone something's worth this much when it's not. Dude, that beat drop was on point. X is going to take an hour and a half to complete. Should I do it now? I don't know. What time zone are you in? Okay, so on some items, the price is negotiable. So when you say like, want to sell these arcanes, right? You sometimes say PMO. And what that does is it saves you time as the seller. I don't want to negotiate price on a Furus ribbon if someone's trying to buy it for 20 plat. I don't want to start negotiating price on a Siam ribbon if someone's trying to buy it for 20 plat. Not this Siam ribbon anyway. And so what it does is it says, I want you to make the first offer. If you don't make the first offer and I don't like the first offer, then I'm not doing business with you. If it's not close enough to my unspoken asking price. But what it benefits me is, let's say I post this and someone says, I want to buy that Furus ribbon for 2,000 plat. I'm like, heck yeah. You want to double the price of the value of that ribbon and just throw all that extra platinum my way? Heck yeah. Yep. Deal. So that's the reason why a lot of people put PMO, because they're looking to find people who really need that item and have the platinum to buy it at a fair asking price or above fair market value. All right, go for it. Doing the hex. I go so far as to putting my price right into the trade chat, not withholding it until someone asks. If they message me based on that price, nobody can blame me. Exactly. Take your time. I got all year. I'll be here till the end of the year. And beyond, actually. But just being silly. I got all decade. I got all millennia. Could you imagine if we're all playing Warframe in like 30 years? With our brains hooked up to computers through like wireless devices and stuff, in like a full virtual reality sim with like sensory reflexive and all the yeah. Oop. Wrong copy pasta. No, hold up. You feel like you're actually riding the motorcycle, but in a safe environment where if you crash it doesn't even matter, you don't get hurt. That'd be so cool. I think it'd be really sweet when virtual reality gets to the point where we can like experience crazy stuff in a completely safe way. Like, I imagine a scenario where, like, you could have the full sensory experience of jumping out of plane without ever having to worry about, like, the parachute not going off right and you hitting the ground. And without having to feel the full effect of the drag that happens the minute the chute deploys. Like, oh, if all the negative things that happen during that experience could just be like removed from the experience and you only enjoy the best parts of that experience, but it feels like real life, that would be so stinking cool. Because I've jumped out of a plane and I've parachuted, and like when the parachute deploys, like you're stopping so fast that you like it's pulling on your whole body. It's like if you were on a roller coaster and it like stopped immediately. It's like, ugh! And that's not fun. That's not comfortable, right? But like you have to experience that in order to experience jumping out of plane. But if you could fully immerse into a sensory experience where that could be removed from it, then you would just have jumping out of a plane followed by floating through the air with none of the negatives, none of the super crazy wind blowing in your face, none of the sudden stop. Like, that would be really cool. I look forward to that day. You get a motorcycle? I'm having so much fun. That's awesome, dude. I remember when I first jumped on the cycle. Dude, you get to ride that motorcycle in every mission from now on. Surprise! That's crazy. I think the problem with predictions about future technology is not that they don't come true. I think it's more that they can't be. I mean, we're getting to a point in technology where we have technologies that are too powerful for us to handle. Like, an example would be, let's just say that some form of transportation exists that is near instantaneous globally. You could get from here to the opposite side of the world in 3 seconds. The problem is we can't actually create that and proliferate it, because someone could put a bomb in that transportation device and transport it anywhere in the world without it being detected or caught or stopped, and then they could detonate the bomb. So they can't allow that to exist. So even if that did get created, it would never be created. Another example would be teleportation, obviously is in that category. But another example would be modifications to your own psyche slash capability through to the internet. Like what Neuralink is starting to work on, there have to be strict regulations as to how far that can go. Because if someone could completely connect at the brain thinking speed with a computer, so that the only limitation between the human and the computer is how fast they can think, you would have super hackers that could hack multiple like different networks at the same time. The only limitations would be so far removed that you would have the ability to be just unstoppable. And so some of those things like can't be realized fully. Even though we have like the base technology, even if we did have the full technology, we couldn't actually proliferate it. Not in the current state. Not in the way the world is. So that's my take on it. Is I don't know if it exists. I don't necessarily believe that those things exist, but if they do exist, we're never going to see it. Just never going to see it until there's world peace. If we get world peace, then we can have those things, but it's very unlikely we'll get world peace. So that's where I stand on that. Maybe you're looking for something special. Unfortunately, I looked up the prices for frames my buddy want from you in the market is cheaper. Oh yeah. You're go get them cheap frames. Deal. Yeah, I'm fine with that. What MR is your friend? I give free primes to new players. Where'd my fork go? I lost the fork! I love this conversation about future tech because, like, one of the things that's always interested me is how to, in an orderly fashion, move forward progress. I started with smaller, like, troubles, like, how do you get organizational or company-wide progress? And I realized that most people don't even like try to think about that. But it's something that really, really interests me. Like, how do you, in an organized way, step by step, create peace How do you create unity? How do you create organizational constancy? How do you create, you know, even in the like practical sense of how do you make the product always be compliant every time out of the machines and out of the people that are using the machines? How do you achieve that? And so that's always been something that's been really interesting to me, which what made me deep dive into quality assurance. But at a certain point I realized, like, there are, like, as a boss, you're privy to knowledge and information you can't share with your employees. And that knowledge and information is the reason you have to say no. And so you're stuck with a situation where if you don't have the knowledge, you cannot achieve those outcomes because you just don't have a broad enough perspective and you don't have enough input, accurate input, to create those outputs. Right? Because, I mean, like, a data set's only as good as its data. You can't crunch numbers if the numbers are bad. Oh, he's MR20. Cool. That's a good friend. He's like, my friend is further along in the game as me, but he buys platinum and then just buys Warframes overpriced. So I'm trying to help him out and get him to buy stuff that's not overpriced. That's so sweet of him. That's funny though. I had friends like that and they quit the game because they said it was too expensive. I'm like, it's a free-to-play game, yo. Can you imagine someone being like, Warframe's too expensive? Crazy. Cyber psychosis. What? Mental illness caused by an overload of cybernetic enhancements, leading to individuals to lose their sense of identity and view others as inferior. Symptoms include emotional detachment, impulsive behavior, and in severe cases, violence. That's a cyberpunk thing, isn't it? You do the Steel Path Temporal Archimedia tank, yeah. I need that friend's name. I have things to sell. Bro! I like the way you think, Moy. I like the way you think. Took me 5 minutes to realize there were rocket launchers. You love violins. Tell me more. What do you love about violins? They can only limit it to a point. Are you talking about limiting technology to a point? Technology can only be limited to a point? Refresh. Ooh, bow ribbon? I have a bow ribbon. Don't I? No, not anymore. Did I sell the bow ribbon? Oh, I did. I sold it for 350 plat. How did I forget that? That's awesome. Oh well. Don't need it. Is it time to buy stuff? 82? Yeah. Time to buy stuff. We're running out of time on the day. Gotta get going. You like the versatility, the emotional range, and the deep connection they allow with music. Oh yeah. Stringed instruments like harps, violins, have had deep emotional range for like so long, and they do have a connection that allow, like a deep connection that people have with them. There's a lot of studies that have been done regarding like auditory and or spiritual adjustment as a result of music, which I think is a really interesting thing to deep dive into. Whether you believe it or not, like just understanding what other people believe is valuable in that regard. And then trying to see like how much of it you can resonate with, like, because a lot of people have like things they say that are like healing sounds, things they say that are like restorative audio, which is really interesting to me. I think there's actually, personally in my experience, there's a big difference between in person and digital. I think that digital tries to mimic the reality of what happens when harp strings vibrate or when violins vibrate. I think that's a different thing than what happens when we transmit it digitally and listen to it. So one really good point that a lot of people who are like audiophiles, people who love music, they'll say that like the analog versions of music are just better fundamentally because they have intricacies that cannot be duplicated digitally. And I think that there's definitely truth to that. I know communications and technology enough to know that that's actually true to some degree. Whether or not it really makes a difference, I think it remains to be seen. But like I think there's definitely some value to a couple of things, like if a group of people harmonize in a room, if there's like a real piano, a real harpist, a real violinist, a real bass, anything with like real vibrating analog audio, I think that has a powerful effect, really. And I think it's like kind of a shame that a lot of things are moving to digital, because I think you do actually lose something in that. Even like digital drums, like the drum pads, I think that's like just don't do that. That's bad. I like just full analog, figure it out, make it work, you know. Ooh, Gauss Prime, yeah, I do. I want to buy that. I think it has to do with BPM and transmission and loss and all of that stuff. There's things that are quote unquote flaws that exist in any analog system. When you pluck a string on a guitar, you're getting the vibration of that string at its, you know, frequency due to how taut it is and how thick it is, right? But there's something more to it, that there is some audio that exists because of what it's strung around, because of what device, like the rest of the guitar and how it's shaped plays a part in the sound of that music. And the problem is when we digitize that tone, we say, okay, this is the BPM, this is the frequency, and there's more to it than just the frequency. There's the vibration of the metal string against the metal pin. There's the vibration of the metal pin against the wood. That is a reverberation and a harmonic or a echo that exists with that. And I think you lose all of that digitally. And I think that that's really the power of it, because it's not just the string itself vibrating, it's the effect it has on the other physical objects around it that make that full sound. A lot of people talk about it as like full sound. It's hard to explain because it's like, from a scientific perspective, it like makes perfect sense. It's like there's more to just the sound than the sound itself. The sound reverberates around the environment. The sound reverberates around the object it's being played from. There are so many different other things in play that change the sum total of what you hear and what you feel. And I think it can be best felt if you've ever been in an orchestra. Oh, what's his name? Human Orchestra. A lot of people do this as part of their like entertainment, but there's one instance of this that was really interesting to me that I'm trying to find. Quartet? Is that the term? Nope, that's not the term. Dang, I forgot his name. Maybe it's in my saved videos. Let me see. History, watch later. It could be in my watch later, but it's gonna be way down there. Very deep, deep, deep down. Nope. 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 This one's more recent. I need my old account. Let me see. I think I switched this to my main account too because I have YouTube Prime now. Premium and/or Prime. Yeah. Oh. Dang it. Okay, so this let me just explain it. It's like a guy on stage at a performance with thousands of people in the crowd. And what he did was he had the crowd create music. Jeff Prime set. Yes. What was my price? 15. So for that, what he did is he created a note like, oh, and he said, okay, all of you in this section go, oh, and then all of you in this section go, oh, and then all of you in this section go, oh, and then they were all doing that. And then he said, as I do this, you all go higher, and as I do this, you all go lower. And then had them pointed at them to have them create those sounds and then go up and down, and created a like an orchestra from the crowd and had them go oh 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 like that. And it was just like the experience you see on YouTube is not going to be the same as being in that crowd. Not at all the same. And I think that's what we lose. Like the difference between having been in that crowd in that moment with the sound all around you versus hearing it through headphones. even if they try to capture that sound as best as possible and recreate it as best as possible, it's never going to be the same as being in that auditorium when that happened. And that's the thing that I think is transformative. When you're in a space with the music being played analog, and it's reverberating off the walls, it's reverberating off the other people in the room, it's just different, you know? I really want to find it for you guys, because if you see what it was for yourself, you can see how it's different watching it on YouTube and having experienced it in real life. Like, it's just obvious you're not there. But I think the idea is pretty clear enough. That's why a lot of people go to see people play music, because they're going to see, the whole intention is to watch people and be in the space with the instruments being played. That's the draw. That's different than if you're just listening to a recording, or I don't know, buy a CD, DVD, digital download. And there's actually, like, I think a resurgence in some ways when you take, for instance, like Blue Man Crew. A lot of every single thing they do is analog. They don't have any digital. Everything they do is creating sound with vibration and filling the room with that sound. They don't have any, like, digital stuff. And I did get to go see Blue Man Crew once. It's really cool. Really, really cool. There's also, like, I think Take 6 it is. Take 6. They're old now, but back when I was young, Take 6 was the thing, man. Let's see if I can find with the human body, other sounds of the human anatomy. Greatest hits. Let's see if I can find this. Every one of these sounds is being made by people, not instruments. Yeah.
Thought it would be easy, something like a shopping spree. Yeah. But living life in limbo.
So, yeah. Yeah. Like, so that some of that stuff is, like, really cool if you ever get to see it in person, because it's like, it's just different than the digital version. The digital version's awesome, but imagine, like, hearing that level of musicality with all of those instruments, but being done with, like, people beatboxing plus singing in the room with you. That'd be really cool. DM'd a video. I heard that. Ooh, is this it? Jacob Boiler. Oh, it's close. Yeah, this is an example of that. It's been done many times too. Let's see if I can pull this up in YouTube. That's good stuff. So it's the difference between listening to that the way we're listening to it and being in the room when that's happening. You know what I mean? It's just not the same. Clang phonics. Ooh, that looks cool. Oh, this is like a pretty more recent thing. Let's see. Oh, these guys are super contemporary. Last 7 years? Wait. Oh no, that's not the comedian. That would be funny. That would be hilarious. That's cool. I can't listen to the whole thing because I'll get in trouble probably from Twitch or YouTube or whatever, but that's awesome. I'll save that in my own personal thing so I can watch it later. Ooh, Hero Prime. Are we almost out of trades? Nope, not yet. Still got Plat too. It's going though. It's going forward and onward. Just buying primes and chilling with chat. Dude, this is a good day. Warfare Meta real guns. Right now I'm rocking an AK-47. Yeah, dude. The AX-52 is stinking awesome. Yeah, the video you sent, Poverty, is like very similar to the one I heard. That's more recent than the one I heard, but very, very, pretty much the exact same situation happened with that event. Yeah, I love that stuff, man. If I were like extremely wealthy, I would probably have a lot more venues to go to where they're doing live performances. That's one of the things that's so cool about this Warframe, this year's Warframe TennoCon. This year's TennoCon is a concert where they're doing that. It's going to be really cool. You would need to turn VODs off with which erases all. Oh yeah, I mean, where we're at right now is that the YouTube's not monetized at all. I have not reached the requirements necessary to monetize the YouTube channel. And so I can technically do whatever I want because it's not monetized. But once it is monetized, each individual video is scrutinized for copyright infringement. And so I'm trying to create content that won't need to go through an iteration or a change once everything becomes monetized. I don't want to have to make large sweeping changes to the way the content flows and what we do once it does become monetized, because I think that that'll change the value of it. And whenever you make large sweeping changes to your content, like, you lose people. So the goal is to create what is sustainable and make it work that way. Nautilus, I'll buy a Nautilus. A Chinese call center scammer is hilarious. You're right. I agree with you. But I was trying to ignore it till you said it. I mean, there's like the stuff's crazy. I mean, I don't really care. At the end of the day, this next phase of my life is just gonna be whatever I want to do with my life. And I want to create content. I want to stream. I want to play Warframe. I want to play these next seasons of these games. And I just want to enjoy life. And if that turns into something that is monetizable, that's great. And if it doesn't, that's okay. I mean, to me, it's I'm not married to it, you know? Kind of a funny phrase, but that's how I feel about it. Yeah. Like, the worst case scenario for that stuff is like someone like claims copyright infringement on your channel, and that's like a strike against you on YouTube. Because what it's basically saying is that you're using someone else's material to make money. And that's a very serious claim. But that has to be done manually, and it can only be done after the channel's monetized. So, like, the reason why I'm not doing that stuff now is just solely because I don't want to be making that a regular part of the content, and then once I become monetized, I have to switch it up. Like, I just want to do what I do and not have to worry about all that stuff. So I try not to bring that stuff in as part of the content because it's not sustainable. I intend to take on sponsorships. One of the things that I'm planning to do once I get all of the divorce stuff figured out is I'm going to figure out how to maximize my viewership, maximize my reach. And what I want to do with that is I'm seriously considering like management by what's it called? Mythic talent under Mad Mushroom, OTK, all that stuff. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm doing research on it and seeing if Mad Mushroom is a good choice to go with or if I should go a different direction. At present, it's not, I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, my content's family friendly. My way about going and doing things is a bit different than what I see from a lot of the people who are managed by Mad Mushroom. So I'm not sure if that's the best choice, but I am considering management to help me grow my content. Yeah. And with that come like sponsorships and really like more structured, more organized and planned, and trying to figure out ways to bring in sponsored games. I think sponsored games is something that I'm interested in doing, but I'm not interested in slop. Like, I have so many emails coming in every day about play this game, get $3,000. I'm not interested. I've never responded to any of them. I don't care. You can't pay me to play your game. I will play your game if your game's good. And that's how I've always been, because my experience is more important. My well-being is more important. I'm not going to promote something that I don't believe in. It's just, that's how I am as a person. I tried to change and be less particular, and I can't. I'm not capable of it. So I just feel it gets me real depressed if I try to do that. So I don't do that. So a lot of the stuff that I've been working on is trying to figure out my current situation, organize that, structure that, make it really streamlined so that I can have the right health, the right time schedules, the right, you know, all the stuff that I need to make it really sustainable. And then the next step will be to grow it. Start getting back to growing the content, growing the stream, growing the engagement on different platforms, multi-streaming, all that. And then also like growing like what the content consists of. Maybe not just Warframe, maybe not just PoE, maybe not just other like really high level games, but maybe like some of the newer, more interesting like indie type stuff. Like playing Cleric Skewer, just because it's an awesome game, whether or not I really personally enjoy it, but just because it's like obviously a good game, I'm giving it a shot, you know? Things like that. When things come up that are like really transformative and awesome, that will make me more interested in like trying to jump in and see what it's about. Yeah, a lot of Neo's success was with some of the deals he did with different companies, like the chair thing. This chair is procured through his code, so like stuff like that is really cool. And this chair has done me real good, so it'd be nice to have like a sponsorship through them too. But that a lot of that stuff has to do with more the size of the community than my willingness to, you know, because they don't care if I'm interested, they care who I can reach. So a big part of like the middle section, it'll be getting my life in order, getting the community grown, then getting all those things taken care of. So it's quite a ways down the road from here. Unless we have another, like, more... Unless we have a situation like when I first started streaming and became an official creator and the stream was growing to 50 to 60 people a day and it seems to have no upper limit. If we get to that kind of trajectory again, it won't be long. It'll be very quick. Banshee Hildren. Ooh, that's a good question. I only have one Banshee, so if this person wants a Banshee, I can't sell it to that person. I only get 5 trades. True. I need all but Goss. Oh gosh. Selling... I won't give you Banshee. I will sell him Banshee because you only have 5 trades. Okay. We can stack as many as I can fit. I'll start with doesn't matter. 105p per trade. 1.5 Baruch and half of Goss. Yep, he gets it. How many can you fit in trades? I got you, buddy. You want to buy all the frames? I got you. Perfect. Baruch Goss. You utilize TikTok? Not yet. It's part of the plan. To start to do TikTok. The problem with TikTok is it's not really oriented for me, and I'm not really oriented for it. I'm not big on mini dances, and I'm not big on skits, and I'm not big on AI weirdness, and that's what TikTok is right now. So TikTok for me would be like clips from the VOD, maybe. It's hard to think of what that could look like. I'm trying to figure that one out. That one's rough. Wisp, Grendel, Hildren, Protea, Baruch. Wisp, Grendel, Hildren, Protea, Baruch. Hildren. Okay. There's a lot of different sides to TikTok. Algorithm makes it really hard to know what those different sides are. I've not spent much time on TikTok myself, so that to me is one of the questions like a manager would help me understand, because I don't know the space. But they have many other like talents, many other managed people that do different content, and they'd be able to help me understand like what is possible, what should I be focusing on. And that's interesting. Like, I'm excited about it, because my take on it is like, I just want to go. I just want to go for it. But I also realize like there is a measure of profitability, monetizability that's necessary to make it happen in the long term. But I feel like initially I didn't really get a chance to explore that. And I think in the near future we will get that opportunity as a community to see how far we can go, spread our wings and fly. Wisp. But yeah, for me it's like, I'm willing to do what I need to do. I just have to get stuff taken care of first so that everything's all my decisions and my finances and my, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that got to get resolved first. So we're in kind of like a waiting phase before we get to the full able to sprint mode. Banshee Hildren? Dude, I just made mad plat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Dude. I got 6 trades left. Let me just go force buy some stuff. Because right now it's like we're really running out of time. Trades reset in 3 hours. Yeah. Alright, let me see. What do we got on the market? I'm really interested in buying more Zaku, I think. Zaku is one of the frames that kind of transcends power because of his infinite scaling. So if I can get Zaku for 40 or less, dude, this dude's still online, not actually real. Shame on him. Oh, I don't have copy paste anymore. Okay. Okay. I'll toss one of them for free too. Because he buying them all at max price. And he's a new player. I kind of feel bad about that. I feel a little, just a little bad about that. I don't want to completely just sell them all for 70. BRB, I gotta reset. 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 I lost my copy pasta. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm trying to go as fast as possible. It's just the thing about divorces is that they take months because they want to make sure you're sure, that they're sure, that you're sure, that they're sure, that you're sure that you want what you want. So they put time gaps in there. And there's also like a measure of like due diligence to make sure that the parties are all duly informed and have enough time to respond fairly and acquire said, you know, documentation to fully explain their wants and needs so that the courts can properly, you know, handle the separation. It's literally just that. There's not really anything else involved. It's just making sure that everything is done before I go trying to change up everything about my life and start new business contacts and stuff. I can't dedicate time to new ventures while I'm still trying to deal with court stuff, litigation. 70 plat each. I don't really care. I'm just trying to buy stuff. So, like, an interesting thing about marriage in the US is that it's a government function. You are declaring to the government that you are changing your relationship with someone to a different way of relationship. And there's a lot of rules and responsibilities that go with that. And it's expected by the states in America that that's not going to be undone. It's expected that that's not going to ever be overturned. And so when it is necessary to overturn that kind of union, there's a lot of tax implications, there's a lot of financial implications, there's a lot of government, you know, how you're seen by your government has to change, and there's a lot of different filings you have to do to make sure that everything is done appropriately so that everybody's treated fairly, because it's expected that you're treating each other fairly. It's actually governed by law. Like, it's illegal to unfairly treat your spouse in many different ways. So part of the reason why it takes so long is they want to make sure that you're doing it right. Because if you're dissolving something that should have lasted forever, you may have a very serious reason, or you may feel very strongly that you dislike that person, and you may not be interested in their well-being at that point. And so the government has to step in and go, whether you personally are interested in that other person's well-being, you're responsible for their well-being, because you promised us as the government that you would be responsible for that. And so the government holds each individual spouse responsible for that. And that's why the process takes so long, because they have to go through all the different steps to make sure that the dissolution of said marriage is done amicably, regardless of individual intent. It's rough, man. It's mad rough. As a person who's going through this right now, I would say that I will not ever participate in this venture ever again without a contract, person to person. I'm talking about a prenup. I'm talking about like an actual pre-agreement as to what would happen to protect myself and my spouse from the government stepping in and saying what they want to happen between me and the other person. It's a protection from the government. It's not a protection. I see it much different now. And people's opinions change. So let's say your spouse no longer cares for your well-being. That's rough. So you need to have a contract that states that they will care for your well-being in a specific way, so that the court doesn't get involved and determine their way of doing it, which may be way different than what you want and what you and your spouse want. So it's more of a protection. Like, I see prenups as way more of a protection from you. You're protecting yourself from the government rather than protecting yourself from your spouse. Because the kind of process includes like so many like notifications to the government about where you're at financially. It requires so many things that, like, I don't want the government to know those things. I don't want them to get involved in those things. That's like overreach. I don't want them to get all up in my business. And I didn't realize, to a great degree, I did not realize how much they do that. And so, to me, it's like, yeah, never again. Nope. Pass. Hard pass. Like, I don't want, like, let's say I want the government. Oh. Ran out of Inaros. Fresh out of Inaros. Like, I don't want my government involved in my business. I don't want them to be involved in my finances any further than taxation. Full stop. Tax, nothing else. And so with all of this, like, they're way more into my business than that. They're like all up in my cookies. So like, there's declaration of individual furniture. Like, declaration of, like, there's enough information in there that they could create a profile on me about like what my interests are in life. Like, that's way too far. Like, they should not be given that much information. I think that's the biggest thing that I have that I dislike about the way things are, is that they get so far into your cookies that they like want a full listing of like your inventory. Like, what did you do with your money? I'm like, yo, bro, chill. If you're not taxing me on it, you don't need to know nothing. You know, like, whoa. Trying to reach into my pockets and see what's in there, you know? Like, I'm not going through a checkpoint. It's weird. It's weird. It has nothing to do with the other party in the relationship. Like, here's the thing. It doesn't matter what the other person wants out of, like, the community property. When you get divorced, the government wants a full accounting of your community property, regardless of how you intend to split it. It's absurd. It's crazy. It's crazy. The government wants a full listing so they can ensure that you're dividing it fairly. It's bad. Like, it's really rough. And so, like, taking that into account, like, it changes my whole perspective on, like, all that stuff. Like, I did not know that that was part of it at all. Like, the stuff that me and my wife bought in our 9 years of marriage is none of the government's business. They need to know how much it costs, and they need to know how much tax I paid on it for sales tax purposes, which isn't even my job. Like, that happens through the store that I bought the thing from. But dissolution of marriage is an entirely different thing from that, where you have to, like, give them a list of assets, give them the list of all the things you bought, like, way further than I thought was ever, like, necessary. It's crazy. The best I can say is it's crazy. It's so much extra. It's so extra. All right, we're going to the alt account finally. I had a mad good trade day. What was that? That was... Oh, I didn't keep track of it. It didn't refresh. That's okay. Made a lot of plat. Holy 8K plat. Yeah. I'm rich. So I just finished trading on the main account. Now I'm switching to the alt account. Main account's legendary 4. Alt account is MR30. If you've never seen. I am loaded in Warframe. I'm actually stupid rich.
Beautiful.
So, alt account. First time we're getting in here today because I was doing all the Atlas stuff. If you guys want to know, I've been doing, near the beginning of stream, I've been doing a yesterday and today. We just started, so you're not far behind. But I'm doing a review of each Warframe. So yesterday I did Ash, looked at it, modified it, did some testing in damage, did some testing in how the abilities work with each other. So that'll be near the beginning of each stream if you guys want to watch it back if you missed it. Today was Atlas, and so we got through on that. Dude, Atlas got a major buff. There's like a hidden buff to his stagger because the line of sight on his first ability, the punch, was not very good. And they loosened it. So like now it kind of turns a corner. Like you can kind of hit somebody that's not in line of sight. And so that's really cool because now, like, as long as he's punching, he's good. He's like set. I like to use him with, we got through the, like, analysis of it. I still like to use him with Gloom Subsume from Sevagoth because he doesn't really get a breather if he doesn't slow the enemies or like crowd control the enemies in some way. And that makes it really kind of stressful because he could get like shot and then he's like dead really easily, even with all the armor. So having Gloom makes it so that like if he gets hit, it's probably just going to be to his shield. But let's just say his health take damage. Well, then he's just gonna punch the next guy and regenerate that health. So it's fine. So I really like him with Gloom right now. And then I got rid of some of the extra support survival, so I don't use adaptation on him anymore. I don't use extra armor in the arcane on him anymore. And so now I'm just like even more power strength. I really like Orgaze, but I don't like how slow it is to cast, so I would probably end up putting cast speed Archon shards on him to make him really pop off if you want to do like a farming frame. But yeah, I mean, he's super good now. He's like, I would say he's in top 3. He's like really, really good. Not even top 10. Not even top 5. Like top 3. Because he can get basically permanent red crit 15-meter AoE melee hits in all directions. It's so powerful. While he's glooming everyone and crowd controlling everything. Like there's like not really a real, he doesn't really have a threat anymore. Like everything just dies. And that's a lot to do with the new pseudo exalted. The pseudo exalted situation has made it so that you can modify his punchy punch to the point where it's like just, it's like a melee that always hits in 15 meters in all directions. it's basically an AoE rocket launcher that doesn't self-damage you. Mind you, AoE does not self-damage, but if it does in the future, Atlas will be immune because he's doing melee. Sitting on 50,000 plat right now, you don't even play anymore? That's cool. Where should I click? Oh, Calamos.
The business and I go.
Yeah. Like right now, I'm working on inventory building. I'm trying to get so much ducat value that I can turn over my inventory. And so right now Revenant was just revaulted after the resurgence. And so once Revenant hits the point where he's selling for 70 on the regular, I will hopefully be able to sell all 160 Revenant sets before the re-release of Revenant. If I'm able to do that, then my current plan will work and will be like fully online with free primes for Baby Tenno for life. If not, then I'll have to figure out something else. There will be farming involved. After the Hex, you're going to try really hard to try to grind in Trotty standing and not get bored. And Trotty standing's not bad. I mean, it's bad. Some people really dislike it. That's fair. But, I mean, I don't dislike it at all. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Then we're going to get into cracking, grinding, trading on the alt account. Yep.
The mixer needs more time. Keep the Grenier at bay.
Didn't get reacted. Don't look at me. I'm ashamed. Why? Oh, I was thinking about other stuff. I was trying to do other stuff in the background. Oh, man. See, this is where it's at. Spinning down the hallway, looking like a madman, with toxin effects flying in front of you. And you know the corpus to you coming, and they're like, "Ah!" Hit the tree. Oh snap! That's a lot of stars. I don't think I've ever unveiled 4 stars at the same time. That's a new record. That's actually insane. Pick up all the loot. Nice. Gonna clip. Got him. I love Calervo. You show your face once, you're dead. Why not? What you doing up there, buddy? You're not supposed to be using that. That's for humans only. You're an AI. This dude's got no chill. You see him use the zip line? I have never seen one of those use the zip line. Hello. Oh, let's see how that looks. As much as I could, and then I built muscles in my pinky. And now my pinky's fine. It can do it. So I'm not saying get good, I'm just saying pinky strength matters when you're playing Octavia. Oh man. True facts. If anyone likes that, it's entirely your fault and not mine. Okay. I'm back. I am super sore. This morning I went running and I did 3 dead man sprints, which is when you sprint as fast as you can until your body like tells you gotta stop. And I did 3 of those in like 1 hour, which is like a lot. You're not supposed to do that much. And so my body's really upset. But I'm trying to get fit. So it's worth it. But I just had to go get some more protein powder because my body's like, yo, I need more nutrients. I can't do it. I can't do this. Ooh, there's a little bit left on the Neo Fissure Steel Path. We can do that. Go with a let's play some Trinity. I haven't played some Trinity in a while. Yeah. Getting the sun tokens is weird and hard and confusing. Oh gosh. After this run, I'll show you how to do it. It's way easier than you think.
Your enemies have grown fierce. Use all that you have learned.
a sanctuary target here, Hunter. I sense it. Track it with the synthesis scanner. Don't let it escape.
You've collected enough reactors to open your relic.
Ooh, ability string, huh?
The Premier should have known better than to walk into an Oregon tower unprepared. Let's clean up their mess.
See all those exclamation points popping up? That means I'm doing big damage. I'm really hoping that the exclamation points are something that gets noted into like Warframe's like database as damage overage, and that they're working on some kind of pass to bring that in line so that those don't happen, and that damage is like rebalanced so that everything is like good. Like that's my honest hope for like what are these exclamation points even here for, you know? Like you got the 1 exclamation, the 2 is that like a super crit? Is this like a triple crit? Because my crit's over 300%? Or like what is that? You know? I don't know. I don't know. But I hope it has something to do with something good. Because right now it's just weird. Big red numbers. They're so big. They're so red. Like a baboon's butt. I'm talking about that baboon's butt. Big red numbers, fun. Oh man. You can't right now. Still doing. Oh, wait. No, wait. Oh, hold up. Leave. Okay, so here's how you do it. You get yourself an Equinox. A regular Equinox, okay? I'm not talking about the Prime. You got to get the regular. And then you subsume it. Okay? Once you have the regular Equinox and you subsume it, you're going to get Rest and Rage. All right? If you don't have the helmet yet, I can help you get that. But then you get Rest and Rage. All right? What that's going to do is it's going to give you the ability to sleep enemies. And in the case of enemies that you want to capture, you're going to be able to sleep them and capture them. Forget the trank laser dart thing. No one needs it. You're just going to sleep them and then you go on a capture.
Concludes our business.
Check it out. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you. It's easy. Well, I'll help you. I'll help you unlock the subsume. I'll help you unlock it. All right. You don't have to have a Vara. You could do it with any Warframe. So you pull out your trank rifle, and you find the dudes. Right. Oh, there's a dude right there, and then you jump off and you sleep him. Sleep him with your sleep ability, like that. Now there's a sleep, and then you capture. Done. He's captured. You get the thing. It works with all of them. And then you just fly around. La da 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 da. Gonna fight some dudes to capture, 'cause they're yummy and delicious. I mean, they're gonna be my pets, and yeah, I'm gonna treat them real good and whatnot. And then you go, oh, there they are. I see them right there, over yonder. And now I'm gonna sleep them with my sleep ability. Then I'm gonna capture them, like so. Boom. 6 tags. Boom. 6 more tags. Boom. Just like that. It's kind of like conservation, except it's easier because you could just sleep them, and if you need to, I mean, if you play Avara, you can just go invisible so nobody tries to hurt you while you're trying to capture them. It's really comfy. It's like super comfy, dude. Just go around and just sleep them. And you just capture them. You just run around like crazy if you want. Yeah, you just do this. That's all you gotta do. This little cage over here, this little cave location spot, cage thing, you can just go over here and they'll pop up like on the ceiling or something. If it's like a whatever they're called. I don't see them in here. They aren't in here. Oh! You can always move your thing to the wrong direction and then slowly move toward the right direction, and then boom, you'll see them pop onto the screen. So like if you ever can't see them when you hear that sound, you can always follow the dots on the right side until they pop onto the screen, and then you're like, oh, there they are. I can just chase them down over here. Also, once you see it, you're gonna see them after you're not zoomed in. So you can go like this, and once they flash, you can still see them. See? You can still see the glowing white. So that helps a lot if you just release it really quickly, so you can see, oh, they're actually over there. Because sometimes it's kind of hard to see exactly where they're at, even though you hear the bloop and you see the flashing. It's like they're through the wall, down the hall, around the corner, and all that. But yeah, super easy once you know what to do. It's also, yeah, it is super easy to get standing this way. And you can fly around in Arcwing with this thing loaded up. So you hear them go boop. And you follow the arrows on the right till it pops onto the screen, and there they are. You just fly over to them, you land, and you shoot them out the sky with your sleep node, with your rest and rage. You hit them with the rest and rage, and they get slept right out the sky. You don't gotta aim, you don't gotta shoot, nothing. Easy. If you really want to get frisky, you can go over here. You can hit him up with some pheromones. Be like, yo, I got your pheromones, son. You wanna come on down and get, whoa. Whoa! That is not okay, sir. I am trying to hunt other things right now, and you are a steel path loser. That's it, crewman. I'm not even playing with you. Bruh. You just... Okay, we're fine. Alright, so you go like this. You find the dung, alright? There's the dung. It's going to be somewhere on the ground. You got to click it. And then you see this path. You follow the path. Sometimes if you jump real high and then you do the thing, it's easier to see. But sometimes not. So you gotta just like... I think this one over here. Is this it? There it is. Once you get that, you just hit it up with the pheromones like this. I don't even have the right ones. Doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine. Just hit the 2. And just do the song. The song of my people. And you listen. Oh, there it is. It's in that direction. All right. And then you go, try to keep the thing on the thing, right? You can always go invisible if you need to. This is why I like Avaro. All right. So I caught them. I made the sound. They're in the sky. And now I sleep them. Done. Got them all. Look at all those birds. It's my birds now. Look at that. Look at that. 6, 12, 18, 24. Boom. 24 tags. Easy. These guys over here just chilling. Sleep them. Just sleep them. No problem. Just put them to sleep. You got rest and rage. You don't need to trank them. Just sleep them. Easy.
Well done. Another adorable bundle of mutated flesh plucked from the harsh face of Deimos and given a new character.
That's it. Oh, if you're looking for like a specific one, then pay attention right now. I'm going to show you the secret. I'll show you the secret right now once we get in here. So, like, let's say you're looking for a specific dude, and you're like, where's the dude? This is how you know, right here. This is it. If the blue guy is in the sky and the red dingle dangle dongles are on the ground, you can get yourself a crescent vulpaphyla, a howler undazoa, or a medjay paradisite, or a sparul avacea. Okay? If the red guy's in the sky and the blue dingle dongle dingle is on the ground, you can get a panzer vulpaphyla, a pharaoh paradisite, or a Vaporus undazoa. Okay? That's how it works. So you just screenshot that, keep it as a guide, make sure you know how that works and whatnot, and you're good to go. Banana. And that's it. The rank up requirements are annoying. I hear you on that one. That's rough. They're pretty rough. But you'll get there. You'll get it. You'll get it. It just takes a little time. Takes a little time. And then fishing. For fishing, I would say just go fishing. Go fishing in the underground and fish in the spots that are like glowing, and then go fish in the surface and fish in the spots that are glowing. Just do the fishing. The fishing's pretty straightforward. Resource booster helps a lot with fishing and this stuff because it doubles your reward. Father. For father stuff, there's really only one way to go about it. You got to get something that blows up everything, like a Zaku or a Gyre. All right, to open all the boxes. Once you got a Zaku or a Gyre, you can then go big hard on the blowing up the boxes in the open world. And I highly suggest the underground spots. If you're trying to get father stuff, you want to do the deep dive where you fight the robots, and you want to do the blowing up the boxes underneath the things and in the cave. So underneath the things, you're gonna find a lot of these dingle dangle dongles hanging out. You're gonna blow up all those. You use your gyre ability to blow up all the boxes and make it all like super easy. And just, that's pretty much it. You just shoot those things, blow them up, grab the stuff. This stuff, all that stuff, this stuff over here. When you get to one of these, you just blow up all the boxes, collect all the loot, get some Turk cone and whatnot. And then you go over here, you do that again, and then wait, nope. You gotta go over here, and you go under here, right here, and you do it again. Yep. Blow up all these things, grab all the stuff. Those postulates, that's what you're looking for. Those postulates. 14 postulates right there. It's a gold mine. 14 more postulates. Over here, you do it again. Look at that. You get some more postulates. And that's it. It's the whole deal. Just blow all those up. And then you make father happy. He's pretty simple. It's not a very complicated dude. You will also get adramalium from blowing up all those boxes, which is very helpful. Now, once you've done those three things, the fishing, the conservation, blowing up boxes, the only thing you have left to do is diving down deep up in the thing. Or down in the thing, depending. So the down deep dive thing is when you go talk to Lloyd, this stuff. You gotta get these things. Because these things are really important for the deep down dive thing. So what you do for that is you gotta go over here, and you gotta go to Mother, and you gotta go get yourself some isolation vault situations taken care of. And that's where people really start to feel like oppressed, because this thing is it's not as easy as it looks. It takes a while to get through here, and if you don't know the secrets, it can be quite annoying. But let me go through one of them and I'll show you what I know, and that could help a lot. Maybe we'll see. You done some fishing already? Good. Resource booster. Yeah. Alright. And then you go up here and you set this thing up, and then you gotta go over here and you gotta get the thingies. You gotta go get the materials. You hit that. You grab one of those. And you grab one of these. And then you grab 3 more. Maybe like over here. And then you... Once you have all 6, you're ready to set the trap. And that's the vessel, the bait, right? The snacks. You set that up. And this part's easy, especially if you're playing like Octavia, Frost. It's just a defense mission. But like this thing has so much health, it's not gonna die. So you're just chilling, killing enemies, waiting for the timer to run out. That's why I like Octavia, because she's good at waiting for the timer to run out. You kill all the dudes. Clean up the area.
I appreciate how much your kind enjoyed bathing.
Ooh, these things are fun. These are like hot air balloons of joy. When you blow them up, it's like fireworks. Don't forget to do that. It's really exciting. One of my favorite parts about Deimos, actually. Defense mission complete. Timer is gone. You grab the bait.
Now take the concoction and throw it against the large cloaca I have marked.
Now you'd think this is not important, but I've seen this go wrong many times. You need to make sure that your teammate is not in your way. See this guy? He's gonna get in my way if I let him. Alright? Because he'll stand right here in front of the door, and when you go to throw this, it's gonna hit him and not the door. And then you're gonna have to go do the whole defense mission part over again. So make sure that he's not in your way. But once you throw that out the door, you're good to go down here. And then you get another defense mission. But this one, all you gotta do on this one is kill the bad guys and pick up the juice. They drop the juicy juice like that, and you pick it up. That's it. There's not really like a defense target. It's kind of like a half survival kind of thing. Oh, you know what it's like? It's like when you go into the Undercroft or the Duviri area, and you gotta like kill the bad guys and then pick up the things, and then it like charges the station, and then a boss comes out and you kill the boss. Except you don't have to pick up the things, and there's no boss. So it's super easy. You just kill the guys that are highlighted. Don't die. Well, I mean, if you die, it doesn't really matter, but don't die.
The biggest infested are coming. If we can make it through these, we'll make it to the isopod.
Shiny lights. Yeah, again, Octavia is super helpful for this. She'll keep almost all the enemies dead in the whole area. You just kill the priority targets and pick up their juice. You're good to go.
Hey, the tox level's coming down. Now the infested have backed off.
Okay, we did that. Now we're going into the vault. This part is the part where you fight the robots. Big bad robots. If you can't kill them, no big deal. Let your teammate kill them. They're really not too crazy. With a Cedo, you would take them right out. They're just gonna die. Cedo's gonna kill them real easy. They have some strong spots and some weak spots, but you don't really have to pay attention to that. You can just shoot them if you want. I mean, it's not really... They wiggle around enough you can accidentally shoot their weak spot pretty regularly. So you kill those guys, and then you kill the last guy. If you're doing the hardest version, you have 3 of them in here. Otherwise, you have 2 or 1. So depending on which version you're doing, you get 1 more for difficulty. Once you kill all the bots, Autobots disassembled, you go over here, you find somewhere in the room there's going to be this door thing, and you just want to shoot this thing, this little crystal, and that'll set up the unlocking mechanism. This guy's going to run around, he's going to show you how to unlock the vault. He's pretty much just a mobile defense where you're like following him around, keeping him alive. He's a little squishy, you gotta actually keep him alive just a little bit. If he starts losing too much life, just shoot him with your operator pistol and he'll get some health back. Very, very simple. So he's gonna light these beacons, which are like the beacons of like the different locks on the door. He does 4 of them. If you have a friend who plays Vault, Vault can give him movement speed buff, just like in the open world escort missions. It will really speed things up. Big, good speeding things up if you do that with the Vault. These areas can be a little dangerous, but so long as you're like keeping the enemies killed, not letting them get too crazy, you'll be fine. Just don't let them treat them badly, because they will try to hurt your friend. You actually do have to stop them a little bit. Somewhere in here, there's sometimes like a floaty thingy that's glowy, so keep your eyes up. Sometimes there's like a thing floating around glowing. That's a scintillant. They're not super rare, but you do kind of need them. They're important. So you can like look around and see, oh, are there any of these glowy things around? I don't see any. Okay, we're good. This area is clear as you're going through there. They're not like too extremely common, but they're not also too extremely rare. Kind of like one in every other, or maybe every 3rd run, you'll find them. But if you're always looking around to see where they're floating at, you'll find them pretty regularly. Let's see if I can find one in here. Nope. Nothing in here. Didn't really get one this time. Here comes our dude. He's doing pretty well. He's not taking too much damage. You can see he's pretty tanky. Gotta be a little bit mindful, because if you let those guys just like hit him, they'll do the cloud thing and it'll be pretty bad. You got a motorcycle? No. You haven't had him die once? Yeah. It's pretty... You gotta neglect him. So you follow him through. He grabs all the stuff. And then he's gonna come back to the room you spawned him from, because he just unlocked all the vault. So you can see all the 1, 2, 3, 4 pillars with the different symbols. This is going to be swirl, bottom line, 3, water droplet. So then you go swirl, bottom line, 3, water droplet. Easy. And that's the password. You can just open all the boxes, get all the loot. You get some other tokens, you get some other stuff. You already got the Orokin matrices from the killing the guys, but you can get even more from opening this. So that's nice too. Again, resource boosters are really great for this because you get double everything. And that's it. You're done. You did it. Go over here. There'll be a green marker. You can just get 8 by the infested, and it'll take you right back up to the top. I want out of here. Take me home. Spit you out. Ugh. Then you can just fly home like that. Simple, easy peasy. There are some like secret areas down there that you can like unlock and open up. They nerfed the rewards on those. It's not even really worth opening them. Like, I would teach you all that stuff, but it's like the rewards are so bad, it's like you might as well skip it. It's that bad. So don't worry about it. If you discover a secret room down there, feel free to try to open it. Be a few rewards inside, but nothing crazy. and you're home. So that gives you matrices. You give the matrices to this loser. He gives you rep. With the rep, you buy your necromech parts, your necromech heavy weapons, and some Iatan sculptures if you so desire. Maybe a skin that looks like Lloyd. All that jazz. Easy.
Exercise caution whenever
That's the whole thing. The Necrolisk, the rep. Oh, in order to get rep from Mother, you get that, like you turn in the tokens to all the different family members, and then you give Grandma the tokens and she gives you other tokens, all that jazz. So, talk to Father, parts requisition, you get that. That's the postulate that I was talking about, the postulate. Very important for Father that he gets his daily postulate. Maybe twice a day if you really want to push it. Daughter loves the fish parts. For the fish parts, you're gonna go cut fish, select the fish, cut the fish, get the parts, turn the parts back in the exocrine assignments, and you get her tokens. Son, literally just give him the tags and he gives you the tokens. Done. Grandma, give her the tokens and she gives you special grandma tokens. Special grandma tokens are worth 50% more in daily rep. So Mother tokens are like 100, and you turn 10 Mother tokens in for a Grandmother token, but Grandmother tokens are worth 1,500. So 1,000 of this value is worth 1,500 of this value, which is why you always want to turn in the Grandma tokens as much as you can. And then Grandma tokens get turned in for standing. Sometimes Mother tokens if you're doing the Mother token endurance run. And some very rare times you will have too many Sun tokens if you get good at the capture stuff. So you can turn some of those extra Sun tokens in for daily rep too. I usually do that when I get above like 150 Sun tokens. Like when I have so many, I don't know what to do with them. But usually I don't get that many. Gosh, I'm getting sleepy. Alright, that's pretty much it. That's it for the rep. If you need help with the Deimos rep or anything, I'm glad to run with that with you. Deimos is my favorite place. We could do conservation. We could do fishing together. I mean, I can't really help you fish, but I can help you do the conservation. And I'll speed things up for you. But yeah, super fun. I like it. It's my favorite zone in the whole game, personally. Lith Exterminate. Let's do it. Easy Lith Exterminate. Let's get a Z Equinox. Z Equinox is great for this. Standing purchase from Cetus, Fortuna, and Sun at Deimos. Should be able to get it from any of those guys we standing. Yep. Why do you enjoy Deimos? It was the first open world syndicate you maxed out. I don't know why. I like it because it's just cool. It's kind of compact. I don't have to travel a lot to each different objective. It's kind of like all like right there. The fights are more interesting, I feel. Like the fights versus those infested units that have like unique hit spots. They have like better damage mitigation. Some of them it's like better to do finishers on them. Better to shoot their weak spots. They're just a little bit more interesting as far as like enemies go. I think that's why I like it. But don't get me wrong, I love a good Cetus open world too. I don't mind Cetus at all.
Well done. Now get to extraction.
What I really don't like in this game is Eidolons. I just had a really bad experience trying to do Eidolons on a Nintendo Switch, and I've never really fully recovered. I have Eidolon PTSD. Yeah, for Sun you can just run around and shoot things with your tranq rifle, or you can sleep them with your subsumed rest and rage. You can even bring Equinox and just rest and rage, sleep them. Like, you don't have to subsume it onto something else, but if you can be invisible while rest and raging and putting them to sleep, it's a lot easier to get the highest tier of capture because they haven't noticed you yet. So you get more tags. That's why I like to do that. Caboose has it just right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
There is a large platoon of Grenier
Some of those things aren't like intuitive, but you discover them in time, and then it's like it becomes second nature how conservation works, or how mining works, or all that stuff. Oh, I forgot. OTAC. You got to do mining for OTAC, but everybody knows that, right?
I believe in you all.
Minerals. Where's the rest of my team? Use the bar for fishing and mining because of Prowl. Yeah. Ooh, you use Loki for rest and rage. That's interesting. Gotta get some stuff ready. It's Grandma's birthday.
That's it.
Nice.
Open the relic.
Where are you
Finish your
going to
mission.
dinner at?
Take a look
Is it a nice restaurant?
Broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission.
You going to Arby's?
Extraction.
They have the meats. Could you imagine Grandma with the meat sweats? Oh man. Relics. Loki and Octavia with Rust and Rage is how you get your Kavat codes. Yeah! Kavat codes. Gotta get those genetic codes for breeding. Bursting barrel. Let's go do some trades on the alt account before stream's over. Want to make some more plat.
Another job well executed.
Online on the alt account, buying and selling. Let's go. Yawn. Take an afternoon nap. I'm gonna go straight to bed after stream. 3 p.m. nap. let's see what we got as far as prime frames. The list says Baruch, Goss, Grendel, Hildren, Inaros, Oberon, Proteo, Revenant, Titania. I'm gonna add Titania in here. Wisp, Zaku. I still have a Wukong, but I haven't really tried to sell it much. Should probably do that. Oh, not the copy paste again. Not again. Guys, I think I'm gonna have to get rid of the Steam stuff. This is ridiculous. I can't play this on Steam if the copy paste keeps breaking and now I can't even reset it with the settings. It's like, it's kind of just bad. Oh, we're 5 minutes till stream end. I'm not gonna worry about resetting. I'm just gonna go crack some more relics. Depress. Depress sad. You're out of imprint space. Most of your viewers have...
There is a large platoon of Grenadier stationed here.
So you had nobody to give your hard work to? Sell them. Sell them on the trade chat. People like to buy imprints. Especially if you get lucky and you get like a bulky Lotus Kubro. Oh man, that's gonna be money for sure. It's like 1,000 flat. Bulky Lotus.
Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Especially if it's like a Raska. Depending on which Kubro it is. Raxa. You could get like some really good flat for that. What do you want? Martyr Symbiosis? Okay. One minute, I'll be right there. Someone on Warframe.market wants to message me. What do you want? Hi, I want to sell a Revenant. Okay. That's fine. I'll buy it for 50 flat. Oh boy. That's my bedtime. Oh, I can't paste your name into chat. Ugh. There you are. There he is. Marty. Platinum. Yum yum. Alright guys, tomorrow early in the stream we'll be doing a deep dive into the one and only Banshee. We gotta take a look at the the sneaking farming with the like speed running through the mission with her silence. See if that still works. We got to check out the amount of damage she can do with the debuff she has. Check out the proliferation of the buff with the augment. Got to take a new look at her 4th ability with the augment and without the augment. Lots of stuff to do with Banshee. So stay tuned for that. Oh, we got to do the subsume. No, we got to do the augment for the silence, for Savage Silence too. So lots of stuff to do. There we go. Let's go. We operate on different schedules, but if I'm ever late or early, come catch the stream and you can show your Kavat's code setup. Oh, nice. Okay. You don't bother standing a frame. You don't if you don't use it. Yeah. That's fine. It's kind of crazy to do that unless you're like a streamer. You just do the ones you're interested in. It's gonna take forever to load, huh? Nope, we're good. All right, give me that revenue. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for another wonderful day. We'll be back tomorrow with the shenanigans, and I'll see you in the next one. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.